Chapter 1065. Davis didn't even bat an eyelid when he heard this. He had encountered a few assassination attempts over the years, and there were also many failed assassination plots that were foiled. He was already used to it. He just asked calmly, "Who?" "Some citizens of Rome descent, mainly some former nobles of Rome, living in Turiae. According to the information obtained, the organizers may be Servius, Frius, Aulus Minucius, but it is clear that Rentulus is also involved." Aristides said slowly in a calm tone. Hearing this, the Devers showed a hint of surprise. "Manlius Rentulus, the son of Publius?" "Yes, your majesty." The slave in the slave camp also learned about these things through Rentulus. Aristides thought of something and emphasized, "That slave was also once a great noble of Rome." "Oh, it seems that these former nobles of Rome are not all short-sighted. There are still some who can see the situation clearly and recognize the kingdom of Dionia. So this slave must be rewarded heavily and publicized, but he must also be protected. Take my warrant to Raphael and ask his slave management office to grant this slave freedom in advance." "Yes." Aristides then asked another question. "Your Majesty, do you want to arrest these rebels immediately or lure them and then catch them all in one fell swoop?" Aristides' words seemed a little rash, but the reason why he asked this was because in the past the Devers had personally taken risks several times. The assassination at the celebration of Hades more than a decade ago, and the assassination at the Temple of Diana in Rome a few years ago, seemed risky, but in the end they had reaped great benefits. The Devers tapped his fingers on the table, pondered for a while, and then slowly said, "It has only been a few years since the war. Now the kingdom needs to develop steadily, and the Rome, Phoenicians, and Simonians in the kingdom also need time to integrate into the kingdom. If such a thing happens at an influential gathering like the Greek Scholar Congress, it will have a great impact, and the situation will be out of control." Obviously, the Devers said so much to remind Aristides, and then he said in a deep voice, "Quickly mobilize people to investigate the whole matter, get conclusive evidence, and then cooperate with the inspection office of Turiae to arrest them. Do not let any of the criminals go, but do not wrongly accuse the innocent." "Yes." The Devers asked casually, "Where are you going to start?" Aristides said without hesitation, "I decided to interrogate Rentulus first, because he is a good breakthrough." Then Aristides briefly described how Rentulus leaked the matter. When the Devers heard this, he actually sighed and said, "Such an important matter requires precise planning. These people are far worse than Dionysius back then. I agree that you interrogate Rentulus first, but you also have to consider Publius' feelings. By the way, has Publius had any contact with these people?" Aristides understood what he meant and said truthfully, "From the surveillance so far, nothing unusual has been found, and according to my judgment, he should not know about this matter yet." The Devers pondered for a moment and said, "Well, you go and inform him to come to me now." When Publius received the notice, he was at home reprimanding his eldest son, Rentulus. He felt a headache. Ever since the family moved to Turiae, his son had become more and more rebellious. He did not study well in Turiae school and failed the civil service exam. It was not easy to arrange for him to be a scribe in the Turiae city hall, but he did not work well and often hung out with the old nobles of Rome. No matter how he persuaded him, he would not listen. Today he proposed to move out and live alone, which made him angry again. Knowing that the king wanted to summon him, Publius did not dare to delay and immediately set off for the Hill of Kings. Along the way he thought to himself, "Devers, why did the king summon me so late at night?" Then he thought, "Now that my eldest son is old and so rebellious, should I find him a marriage? Maybe it will make him more mature." Publius's mansion was in the western outer city. Even though he was a senator, he had to show the Devers' warrant to the city guards to enter the inner city, because it was very difficult to enter and leave the inner city freely at night, unless it was a special case. Publius's mind was full of thoughts along the way, but his footsteps did not slow down. Soon he reached the Hill of Kings. The Devers personally went out and welcomed him into the living room. "Sir Publius, have you had dinner?" The Devers asked with a smile. "Yes, I have." "Then drink some wine with me." After the Devers finished speaking, the servants served the wine that had been prepared. "This is a new wine that the Oliphus family has produced with a lot of effort. It has not been sold yet. I heard that you love wine. Please taste it and see how it is different from their previous wine and give them some suggestions." Publius could only suppress the doubts in his heart and take a small sip. Then his eyes lit up. "This wine is not very sweet. It's a little sour. It's delicious. It seems that after Oliphus was released from prison, without the interference of politics, he devoted himself to research and made good wine." Diver smiled and raised his wine glass. "Publius, this is the first time you've been here as a guest. Welcome." Publius also raised his glass. After taking a sip, he heard the Devers say, "How many years have you been the adjutant of the Turiae administration?" Publius answered truthfully, "Your Majesty, more than 2 years." "2 years." The Devers put down his glass, thought for a moment, and said, "Lucius told me several times that your performance as the adjutant was very good. As far as I know, you used to be the municipal official of Rome for a long time and have rich administrative experience. It can be seen that as long as you are familiar with the system and laws of the kingdom, you can make some achievements. The other senators who joined the kingdom with you are not as good as you in this regard. I think you are fully capable of being the town's governor independently." When Publius heard this, his heart moved, and he began to look forward to it. When the Devers raised his glass again, he hurriedly raised his glass in response. "Not only can you do things, but you also dare to take charge." The Devers said with some interest, "I remember that you are the adjutant of the Turiae administration and also in charge of the inspection office." "Yes, Your Majesty. Today my court herald received accurate information that some people in Turiae are plotting to assassinate me at the Greek Scholars' Conference. What do you think we should do?" The Devers said softly, "There was such a thing." Publius was shocked and immediately said solemnly, "Your Majesty, please send Aristyrus to assist me. I will inform the Turiae inspection office to arrest these people and then strictly interrogate them. Once it is verified, they will be sentenced to death." The Devers looked at him and said in a deep voice, "According to Aristyrus, these people are the old nobles of Rome led by Servius, Aulus, and Frius. Your son Rentulus is also involved." "What?" Publius felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The glass in his hand fell, and the bright red wine flowed on the table. He subconsciously wanted to question what he had just heard, but when he saw the deep eyes of the Devers, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. After hesitating for a moment, he trembled and stood up. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know. No, I will arrest Rentulus and interrogate him. If he is really involved in this treacherous matter, he should be given a heavy sentence according to the circumstances, or even executed. Sit down first, don't worry. Heavy sentence? Executed? I don't think it's that serious." The Devers was satisfied with his performance and calmly comforted him. "Ever since you joined the kingdom, you have been actively supporting and implementing the various resolutions issued by the kingdom about Rome. You have also put forward many useful suggestions to reduce the unrest of the people of Rome in the kingdom and accelerate the progress of their integration into the kingdom. For example, move the former generals and officials of the army of Rome, Servius, Frius, and Aulus, to Turiae, and use the strong security of the central city to supervise and deter them. This suggestion from you is indeed a very good one. That's why we could discover the clues in time. If it was in other towns, I'm afraid it would have caused a lot of trouble. So I absolutely believe in your loyalty to the kingdom. And I also know that these old nobles of Rome are very resentful of you and constantly spread rumors about you everywhere in Turiae. In order to retaliate against you, They must have deliberately approached your child and used all kinds of means to rope him in and oppose the kingdom. You have done a lot for the kingdom." After listening to the sincere words of the Devers, Publius couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. His eyes couldn't help but turn red. The Devers said sternly, "Dionia must not let the officials who sincerely contribute to the kingdom sweat and cry, let alone let these gangsters' tricks succeed. So I've decided that you and Aristiras will be responsible for this incident. As for Renturus, he's still a child and doesn't know anything. As long as he tells the truth about the people who instigated him, I'll let bygones be bygones. But you have to strengthen the education of your child in the future. You can't just work for the kingdom and not take care of your family. This won't do. The tradition of our Dionia is that the family is the cornerstone of the kingdom. If every family is stable, the kingdom will naturally be stable." Chapter 1066. "Yes, Your Majesty." Publius choked with sobs as he nodded. He made up his mind. After this matter was over, he would make Renturus leave Turiae and go to a town without Rome to suffer. The Devers smiled amiably and raised his glass again. "Come, let's toast. After you have successfully settled this matter, I think you can smoothly become the governor of a town." Hearing this, Publius' spirit was lifted. He drank the wine in his glass in one gulp and said resolutely, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will catch them all in one fell swoop. Not a single one of them will escape." Guriala was led by the palace's ceremonial officer to the entrance of the palace hall of Dionia. He heard a loud shout from inside. "Guriala, the envoy of the Etrurian alliance, requests an audience." Then he heard a dignified and heavy voice saying, "Let him in." Guriala began to feel nervous. He took a deep breath and stepped into the palace hall. The tall and spacious hall was particularly bright under the sunlight that shone through the side windows. Tall and mighty soldiers stood straight on both sides of the hall, their armor shining brightly. Guriala walked through the corridor formed by the guards and saw a row of black wooden chairs on both sides of the hall. There were more than 10 officials of Dionia sitting on the chairs. Most of them were looking at him curiously. Among them was the foreign minister of Dionia, Ansatanos, whom he was familiar with. The gentle old man smiled and nodded at Guriala. This calmed him down a little. Then he saw the man sitting on the throne in front of him. The crown on his head was bright and dazzling, and his face was dignified and solemn. Guriala could not help but feel his heart tighten again. This was the king of Devers who destroyed Rome, conquered Carthage, and made Dionia the only overlord of the western Mediterranean Sea. He quickly bowed and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty the King of Devers, on behalf of all the people of the Etrurian alliance, I extend my most respectful greetings to you." "Welcome, envoy of the Etrurian alliance." Divers smiled and said amiably, "The Etruria alliance is an ally of Dionia. In the past few years, not only have we been trading frequently, but we have also had a lot of cultural exchanges. This is a good trend. I hope that the exchanges between us will become closer. This will be beneficial to the stability of central Italy." "Your Majesty, you are right." Guriala took over the conversation and said, "But we, the Etruscan city-states, hope to strengthen our relations with the Kingdom of Dionia, not only in terms of trade and culture, but also in terms of military relations." "Ambassador Guriala, your words are confusing. You should know that Dionia and Etruria are allies, and the treaty states that there are no restrictions on trade and cultural exchanges between the two sides. Once one side is in trouble, the other side must provide military aid. This shows that we have a deep military relationship." And Teres, the president of the Senate, immediately interjected, "Guriala, your words are confusing. You should know that Dionia and Etruria are allies. That is only an emergency measure under special circumstances. What I mean by strengthening military relations is that we, the Etrurian alliance, hope to receive military assistance from the Kingdom of Dionia under normal circumstances." Giryala said in a heavy tone. "Your Majesty, you should know that the Etrurian Alliance's northern neighbor, the Gauls, the Greeks have always called these ferocious barbarians from the north of the peninsula as the Celts, and the people of Dionia initially used this term as well. After Rome was annexed to the Kingdom of Rome, they gradually began to call the Celts of northern Italy as the Gauls, have been invading the Etrurian Alliance's territory. The invasion has been intensifying over the past 2 years. The alliance has formed an army to defend against them. But Giryala showed an angry and worried expression. The northern border is too vast, and the Gauls are very cunning. They rarely fight with our assembled coalition army, but they always attack our small groups and invade our defenseless areas. Now the alliance is overwhelmed. The citizens of several cities near the northern border are fleeing south in large numbers. If this continues, the Gauls will be able to take over Luna, Lucca, and Florentia in the north. Then more tribes will be able to easily cross the steep terrain and settle down in the northern part of the Etrurian Alliance's territory. By that time, the large-scale invasion of the Gauls 20 years ago will probably happen again. At this point, the ministers in the hall whispered to each other for a while, but no one took the initiative to speak up. The Devers avoided Giryala's pleading gaze and looked at the military minister. Alexis, the former military minister, Helos, had already retired 2 years ago. The Devers personally appointed Alexis to replace him. Alexis, who had made great contributions in the Western Mediterranean War. She asked softly, "Alexis, what do you think about this?" Alexis frowned and thought for a while. Then she said with a serious expression, "From what the Etrurian envoy said, the situation in the northern part of the Etrurian alliance is quite serious. But the Gauls have not invaded the south, nor have they conquered the cities in the north. If we, Dionia, agree to the Etrurian alliance's request and send reinforcements to their northern border, we will probably encounter the same predicament they are facing. The Gauls will refuse to fight us head-on and will continue to disperse their troops to harass Etruria. On the other hand, we will not be able to gather a large army to attack the Gauls' territory. To effectively defend against the Gauls' invasion, we will need a long confrontation and fierce battle. Our reinforcements cannot stay in the territory of our allies for a long time. This will cause the soldiers to be unable to deal with their own affairs and affect their income. Moreover, if the reinforcements stay in the north for a long time, it will consume a large amount of food for the Etrurian city-state, which will lead to complaints from the local people. Your Majesty, Lady Alexis, is right. Sending reinforcements at this time is disadvantageous to both Etruria and Dionia. We should consider it more carefully." Most of the ministers agreed. Obviously, they did not agree with the idea of sending reinforcements to Etruria. Giryala was a little flustered. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance. We also think that it is not appropriate to ask Dionia to send reinforcements at this time. So after many discussions, the leaders of the alliance have unanimously decided that Luna, Lucca, and Florentia will be given to Dionia. You can build towns in these territories. The cost of building cities and the short-term consumption of resources will be provided by the Etrurian alliance for free. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar. Bucos, the Minister of Agriculture, could not help but ask, "You mean these territories will belong to Dionia forever?" "Yes, forever." "Then how much land is there, apart from building towns? Is there enough land left to provide for the people in the towns?" Bucos immediately asked. At the same time he reminded, "If there is not enough land for the citizens of Dionia, even if His Majesty agrees to your request, I'm afraid the citizens of the kingdom will not be willing to move to Etruria. After all, it is much more dangerous to live there than in Etruria." Giryala felt hope. He immediately said solemnly, "Of course the Etrurian alliance has considered this problem. So please rest assured the land provided by the alliance is wide and fertile. It should be able to meet the needs of the citizens of Dionia. There are even rich mines in some places." Giryala's words immediately caused a heated discussion among the ministers. This scene caused Giryala to sigh in his heart. If not for the Gauls' constant plundering and harassment, causing the citizens of the cities near the northern border to flee to the south in large numbers, causing the lands of these cities to become barren and desolate, they would not have been able to provide so much land to Diolia. At this time Alexis asked again, "Envoy of Etruria, does Dionia have the right to choose which lands to give to Dionia? Where should we build the city?" As the highest military officer in the kingdom, Alexis asked this question because he did not want the Etruscans to give the lands closest to the Gauls to Dionia. He did not want the citizens of Dionia to stand at the front to defend against the Gauls, bearing the casualties alone, while the Etruscans hid at the back and did nothing. Before Guriala could respond, the Devers coughed softly and said with a serious expression, "I am also concerned about this question." Guriala's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he could not be perfunctory about this question. He gathered his spirit and said after some deliberation, "Your Majesty, the kingdom of Dionia is powerful, and the Etrurian alliance is relatively weak. Why would we play any tricks? We are sincerely offering land to you, asking you to help us defend against the Gauls. If your Majesty and the ministers are not satisfied with the allocated land, we can discuss again and choose a new land." The Devers was satisfied with his attitude. He leaned back and placed his hands on the armrests of the throne. He smiled and said, "I am aware of the request of the Etrurian alliance. Please go back and have a good rest. We will discuss this matter further." "Yes, your Majesty." Guriala did not get a clear answer. Although he was a little unwilling, he did not dare to say anything more and left the palace respectfully. At this time, the Devers looked at the ministers and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, you have heard the request of the Etrurian envoy. If you have any opinions, please speak." Chapter 1067. Your Majesty. Ansitanos, who had been silent all this while, was the first to speak. "The kingdom's order in central Italy isn't very stable yet. The Etrurian alliance is the largest force that has allied with us, and they have been friendly to us for the past few years. When they are in trouble, we should, of course, lend them a helping hand. Moreover, the Gauls have always been the nightmare of the various forces in central Italy, and the threat they pose to the central region is growing by the day. As the leader of the central region, Dionia's confrontation with the Gauls is inevitable, and we are the main force that the other forces trust. The northern part of the Etrurian alliance is now very weak. If we wait for the Gauls to invade the south before we send our troops, I'm afraid that by the time the army is assembled, half of the Etrurian territory would have already fallen. By then, not only would the kingdom suffer the resentment of the Etrurians, but the other forces' trust in us would also be reduced. It would also seriously affect our construction in Latin territory, and our military operations would not be as smooth. Now that the Etrurian alliance has volunteered to provide such good conditions, we can help them keep the Gauls out of the mountains, stifle their attempt to invade the south in advance, and ensure the safety of central Italy. Moreover, we can also gain more land and bring the Etrurians into the kingdom's protection circle, speeding up the kingdom's influence on them. This is a good thing. We shouldn't reject it. Sir Ansitanos, we understand what you're saying. Raphias, the Minister of Household Registration, objected. But you should also understand that the Etruscans have given us part of their land in the hope that the people living there will fight the Gauls with them in the future. However, they will have to face the harassment of the Gauls at all times, and there is a risk of losing their lives at any time. Which citizen would be willing to move there? What about the prospective citizens and the registered freedmen? Ansitanos asked solemnly. Raphias shook his head. Since the end of the last war until now, there is still a lot of empty land in the kingdom that hasn't been distributed. This is something that everyone knows. We don't give priority to the distribution of land in the kingdom. Instead, we ask these people who have accumulated enough merits and are about to become new citizens to go to Etruria to face the terrifying Gauls. This is not only unfair, but it will also seriously damage the kingdom's reputation and affect the immigration operation that we have been carrying out for a long time. There was a moment of silence in the palace after Raphias finished speaking. After a while, Cesta said, "Why don't we send an army to attack the Gauls' territory and completely conquer them? We can solve this big problem once and for all." The treasurer, Archipides, immediately said loudly, "The treasury is tight now, and we don't have enough gold and silver to support a major war." Alexis continued, "According to the information we have, more than half of the northern part of Italy is occupied by the Gauls. Because there is a very long river in their territory, the terrain is flat and the soil is fertile. Because of this, the Gauls are semi-farming and semi-grazing, and they are able to support a large population. It is said that because of this large population, they want to move south to occupy more land. To the north of where the Gauls lived were mountains, and to the north of the mountains were even more Gauls. If our army crossed the Etruscan region and marched north, it would inevitably lead to a long and drawn-out war. Now that the kingdom has just slowly recovered from the last war, it is not suitable to start another big war in a short period of time. Since the northern part of Etruria is very dangerous, there is no need for us to build a town on the land they have given us. We can build a military fortress similar to the Turii barracks, but the area can be smaller. Then we can send the legions to guard it in turns, just like the Law River Fortress. Heraclide, the minister of construction, who rarely spoke on other fields, rarely made his own suggestions. This was because several of the renovations of the Tully barracks were designed by him, and he personally supervised the completion of them. He believed that the military fortress, which was a combination of defense, town facilities, and daily labor, could play a greater role in the Etruscan border. Lord Heraclides' suggestion to build a military fortress in the northern part of Etruria is indeed a good idea. Alexis first praised Heraclides, and then cautiously said, "But to send the legions there and have them guarded in turns is worth discussing. The Law River Fortress is located in the heart of the kingdom, and there is no danger. There are not many soldiers to be sent there, and the rotation time is very short. The supply of rations is also very convenient. The Ministry of Military Affairs has made it a necessary experience for the legion's reserve soldiers to go through before they become regular soldiers. So the citizens do not have any objections to this. But if we let the legions guard the northern border of Etruria, the situation will be completely different." Alexis cleared her throat and slowly analyzed. First of all, the number of soldiers stationed at every military fortress on the Etrurian border is definitely not a small number. Because they will be facing the ferocious Gauls, the soldiers must not only defend the fortress, but also repel the small Gallic troops that are harassing the Etruscans. At the same time, if the Gauls suddenly invade the south, the weak Etruscan army can't be relied on. Moreover, they are far away from the kingdom, so they can't get immediate support. They must hold on for at least half a month before the kingdom's army arrives. Therefore, the number of soldiers in each fortress must be no less than 1,000 to ensure the safety of the troops. Furthermore, the border between Etruria and the Gauls was very long. Perhaps 3 to 5 of these fortresses would be needed to defend against Gauls' invasion. This meant that we would have to send at least 300 to 500 legion soldiers, which was equivalent to 3/5 of the entire legion. This was no small number, and the military rations and resources that would be consumed would not be a small number either. Even if the Etrurians agreed to provide free aid, it was still a question whether they would be able to persist in the long run. If we supply them ourselves, we will have to pay even more, because we also have to take into account the consumption during the journey. Secondly, the reinforcements going to Etruria cannot be rotated frequently. This is because our army will be stationed in the northern part of Etruria. For our army, be it the opponents or the environment, they are all completely unfamiliar to us. To familiarize themselves with an unfamiliar battlefield environment, understand the situation of the enemy, understand the situation of the allies, and let the soldiers adapt to the battlefield life there, and so on, it will take a long time. Only when the generals and soldiers are familiar with the place will they be able to fully unleash their combat power. Otherwise, if the troops are rotated frequently and the soldiers are not familiar with the surrounding environment, it may increase the casualties during the battle or even lead to failure. This is strictly prohibited by the military law of Dionia. Alexis paused and glanced at the Devers. The Devers held their chin and nodded slightly. Alexis' expression did not change as she continued. Therefore, the time needed for our army to be stationed there cannot be too short, at least half a year. And for the soldiers to be stationed in an unfamiliar place for such a long period of time. Even the soldiers of the 14th Legion are closest to the place, the legion that was just formed a few years ago. The military camp is near Rome. The source of the soldiers are from the Latin region and parts of southern Etruria, mainly Casrella and Ai, will inevitably miss home, which will lead to low morale. Moreover, these soldiers are the main laborers in their families, taking care of the fields, herding cattle, or doing other labor to earn money for their families. Although the kingdom may give them some rewards for making them serve for a long period of time, they will not be able to fulfill other rights and obligations as citizens of Dionia. I'm afraid that it will still cause them and their families to complain. During the war in the Western Mediterranean, the soldiers have been fighting outside for more than a year. I see that their performance is also quite good, and they have no complaints. A Northist said disapprovingly, "That's because His Majesty personally led the army and has always paid attention to adjusting the soldiers' war weariness." Alexis did not say this to flatter the Devers. He explained with a serious expression. Back then, after our army fought a fierce battle with Rome, His Majesty held several competitions and banquets to liven up the atmosphere in the military camp. When we went south to Sicily to fight with Carthage's people, the main force had always avoided direct battles with them. They mainly trained, reorganized, and defended in the camp and the city. In addition, with the great honor of defeating the original ruler of the Western Mediterranean, Carthage, they were able to persist until the end. But if we let them go to the northern border of Etruria, the commanders of the various fortresses will not have enough prestige and charisma to keep the soldiers in high morale. We can also recognize the importance of helping the Etrurian alliance to maintain the security of the kingdom, but I'm afraid the soldiers will not think so deeply. On the contrary, they will think that it is meaningless to fight for a force that has little to do with them for a long period of time. This will cause them to lose any desire to fight. At this point, he coughed and said in a more serious tone, "Moreover, if we are not ready to conquer the Gauls in the north, then helping the Etrurian alliance and defending the northern border may be a long-term mission. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. If this continues, I'm afraid that the soldiers of the various legions of Dionia will complain and even refuse to obey orders to go to Etruria." Alexis made the situation so serious that it caused a commotion in the surrounding people. Chapter 1068. At this time, Senior Judge Critodemos loudly expressed his opinion. According to the laws of Dionia, citizens have the obligation to serve in the military, but there are no strict rules on how long they can serve at one time. However, the citizens of the kingdom are mainly Greek, and according to the Greek military tradition, citizens rarely go out to fight during the busy farming season, and usually do not fight for more than a month. Those who can fight for a long time are usually mercenaries who have no other income and only rely on fighting for a living. When the fighting time is too long, the public militia may gather to protest to the general, and even request to retreat back to their country. Of course, the citizens of the kingdom can't be as lax as the citizens of other Greek city-states, but this issue must be carefully considered. After Critodemos finished, the ministers were silent for a moment. Alexis looked at the Devers and said earnestly, "Your Majesty, the reason I attended the kingdom's council today was to report another important matter to you. In the past few years, our territory in Iberia has been attacked by the Lusitanians and a small number of Celts, and from this year onwards, the frequency of these attacks has become more frequent. The 18th Legion has to gather troops. The 18th Legion was formed after the end of the war in the Western Mediterranean. The barracks were established in the central town of Sisi in the southern part of Iberia. The soldiers are mainly drawn from the citizens of Dionia in this area. More than half of the soldiers are Phoenicians and Carthage people, a small number of Greeks, and a very small number of Iberians to resist. The morale of the citizens there is low because they can't go home for a long time, leading to a decline in fighting strength and many casualties. And because too many young citizens in the Iberian territory have been transferred to fight, there's a lack of labor force, affecting other affairs in the region. So the governor of Iberia, Lord Hacker, has a lot of complaints about our Ministry of Military Affairs. The way the Iberian natives attack is very similar to the Gauls. If we adopt the same method to deal with it, I fear we will repeat the mistakes of the Iberian territory. I am not opposed to the kingdom sending troops to assist Etruria. On the contrary, I hope your majesty and the other lords can find a better way to defend against the enemy's attack, and at the same time avoid the problems I mentioned above. Then we can apply this method to the northern border of Etruria, to Iberia, to the borders of the kingdom that needs to be defended to ensure the stability and development of the kingdom. The Devers nodded solemnly, then looked around at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Alexis's words are good. We need to think deeply. Now the kingdom's territory is more and more expansive, and this expanse means that we can no longer be like before. The enemy is 10 miles away, 100 miles away. We can gather the army, we can reach the battlefield in 1 or 2 days, and after 4 or 5 days of fighting, we won't even have to finish our rations. Now the kingdom's border is relatively far away from Turiae. Alexis, tell me, from Turiae to the northern border of Etruria, how many days will it take for the army to march?" Alexis immediately replied, "If we go by sea with a favorable wind, it'll take about 5 or 6 days, but that's almost impossible. It'll take at least 7 or 8 days. If we go by land, considering that the road north of Campania hasn't been built yet, it'll take at least 15 days. If we go by land and sea, it'll take at least 10 days. And from Turiae to the southern part of Iberia, mainly by sea, it will take 15 days, but the sea is long. There is the danger of encountering storms. And from Turiae to Carthage, mainly by sea, it will take at least 10 days, and we also have to consider the risks of the sea. Alexis, I only asked one question, but you answered so many." The Devers joked, but none of the ministers laughed. They were all thinking, "This is just a march. It will take so much time, and to fight until the end of the war it will take even longer." The Devers gathered their thoughts and said solemnly, "Now our kingdom is the most powerful country in the western Mediterranean, like Syracuse, Carthage, who dared to lead an army to directly attack the kingdom's territory will not happen again. Our enemies are afraid of our strength. I'm afraid that more of them will adopt tactics like the Lusitanians, Gauls, to avoid a direct battle and use harassment to destroy our territory, tire out our soldiers, and prolong the war. Everyone, we cannot indulge in the past success. We must realize that as the strength of the kingdom changes, the surrounding environment also changes. Some of the past successful experience may not be suitable for the new situation. Just now you have reached a consensus. Helping Etruria is also protecting the safety of the kingdom, but how to help is also a big problem. You must understand, finding a solution is not only to temporarily deal with the problems of Etruria, Iberia, but to find a new way to improve the kingdom's current military system, to protect the safety of the kingdom's territory." Although the Devers' voice was not very loud, these words echoed in the hearts of every minister, suddenly raising the height of their view of this problem a lot, also making them feel the pressure. The expression on everyone's face became solemn and excited, but the hall suddenly became abnormally quiet. The Devers no longer urged them. He leaned back in his seat, seemingly closing his eyes to rest, but in fact his mind was also wandering. The Etrurian envoy had been here for 2 days, and the diplomatic officer was in charge of receiving them. In fact, he had already roughly figured out the envoy's purpose of coming and reported it to him. After thinking about it, he already had some ideas in his mind. After all, unlike the ministers who had to feel the stones to cross the river, he had thousands of years of Eastern and Western historical experience as a backing, and he also knew some of the military development process of ancient Macedonia and Rome. He could refer to, learn from, and absorb. It was just that the solution he came up with involved a few thorny problems that needed to be discussed with the ministers, reached a consensus, and work together to solve it, so he deliberately guided them. Of course, he also hoped that the ministers could come up with a better solution to this problem. After a long time, the rotating president, Cypros, asked. In the second year after the Western Mediterranean War, Cornelis fell ill from overwork and was bedridden. Under the proposal of the Devers, the Senate unanimously elected the wartime governor of Sicily, Cypros, who had contributed a lot in the war and made outstanding contributions, to temporarily replace Cornelis. But not long after Cornelis died of illness, Cypros was replaced. May I ask Lady Alexis, when the Carthage people were developing the Iberian territory, they must have also encountered the difficulties we're facing today. How did they manage to resist and conquer the indigenous people for a long period of 10 years, and at the same time stabilize and develop the territory? This question made Alexis think for a while before she said with deliberation, the details of the past situation of the Iberian region may only be answered by Lord Hacker, the governor of Iberia. What I know is, at that time, the governor of Carthage, Iberia, Margot, had an army of nearly 50,000 people. They were very strong, and all of them were mercenaries. They did not have to do manual labor, so they could throw themselves into the battle with the indigenous people at any time, and gradually completed the suppression of the indigenous people. But even so, the Carthage people also paid a great price for this. It is said that most of the income of the Iberian territory and 1/3 of the annual taxes of Carthage are used to support this army. This is too expensive. The kingdom can't adopt this method. Otherwise, there is no need to do anything else. The financial officer, Archipides, expressed his opinion loudly. Although they felt that his voice was a bit noisy, many ministers still agreed with his opinion. Cypros said in a deep voice, "Of course, we can't spend a huge amount of money to support a mercenary army, but we can imitate this method." The Devers' eyes lit up. "I remember that if a foreigner wants to become a citizen of Dionia, from registration to becoming a probationary citizen, and then to becoming an official citizen, it takes at least 5 to 6 years. During this period, they have to work in the kingdom, rent land, work as a hired hand, work as the lowest level municipal handyman, work as a dock laborer. Sometimes they even have to respond to the kingdom's conscription, participate in public works, or become the auxiliary labor of the army, and take turns with the soldiers. And during this long period, they also have to abide by the law and pay taxes regularly. It's very hard, and they have to live carefully in the kingdom before finally becoming an official citizen." Cypros sighed softly. "Then why don't we amend the decree on allowing foreigners and freedmen to become citizens of Dionia? Just announce that anyone who wants to become a citizen of Dionia must first serve the kingdom of Dionia and be stationed at the borders of the kingdom. After 5 to 6 years of service, they can then become an official citizen of Dionia and enjoy the various rights granted by the kingdom." Sure enough, as expected by the Devers, Cypros's proposal was roughly the same as what he had in mind. The only difference was the length of service. The Devers' idea was to serve for 10 to 15 years, which happened to include the period when a young man's physical strength and energy was at its peak. But after careful consideration, the Devers had to admit that Cypros's proposal was more practical. At the current stage, it only took about 6 years to become a citizen of Dionia, and if the time was suddenly extended to more than 10 years, and they had to risk their lives, these freedmen would definitely be dissatisfied. Chapter 1069. Moreover, if these disgruntled foreigners were to gather together and form an army to guard the dangerous border without any hope for the long term, it would only lead to more trouble. In his previous life, the reason why the Roman Empire could allow its soldiers to serve for more than 20 years was because most of the soldiers they recruited were citizens of Rome. Perhaps at this stage, the length of service given by Cypros is more appropriate. The Devers tapped his fingers on the back of his chair as he thought to himself. Unlike the Devers, who were calm, the ministers were a little surprised by Cypros's proposal. Raphael was the first to ask, "Lord Cypros, Do you mean to abolish the immigration law that has been in effect for 20 years and replace it with this new law that states that one must serve at the border to become a citizen of the kingdom? Yes, Lord Raphael, Cypros replied calmly. Cypros calmly replied, if the new Immigration Act is promulgated and the old Immigration Act is still in effect, then the vast majority of the free outlanders will still choose the old Immigration Act instead of serving. After all, it is relatively easy to achieve, so the new Immigration Act will be meaningless. But if the old law is abolished and the new law is implemented, the free citizens who are willing to join the kingdom will all run to serve, and the labor force in the kingdom will be greatly reduced. We all know that after the war with Carthage, the kingdom's land has more than doubled, and there is still a lot of land that has not been distributed. We urgently need a large amount of labor. If we suddenly change the original law, it will definitely seriously affect the development of the kingdom. Moreover, those who were recruited into the army were definitely young and strong free citizens. Then what about those who were a bit older, possessed certain skills, unmarried women, or children who lost their parents? Will they never be able to become citizens of Dionia no matter how hard they work? Are we going to give up on the belief that has gradually been formed among the Greek freedmen of the Mediterranean Sea after a long period of hard work since the establishment of the kingdom? Berkos took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, Dionia is a kingdom of fairness and fraternity. Anyone, regardless of their origin, race, age, or gender, can become a citizen of this kingdom as long as they yearn for this kingdom and work hard for it. Bucco's last few words were powerful and resonant, and even the Devers were moved. Of course, it also caused a wave of discussion among the ministers. Cypros obviously did not consider this aspect of the problem, so he fell into deep thought and did not immediately respond. At this moment, Atares said, Lord Bucos, you spoke very well just now. But I would like to ask, does Athens only have citizens of Athens? Berkos was a little puzzled by this irrelevant question, but he still answered seriously, of course not. There are many foreigners in Athens, even more than the citizens of Athens. So did these free people stay in Athens for a long time to become citizens of Athens? Antares asked. This time Berkos more or less understood what Antares meant, but he still answered the well-known fact honestly, of course not. Athens does not allow foreigners to become citizens. In fact, not only Athens, but also Thebes, Corinth, Argos, Sparta, almost all the Greek city-states do not easily accept foreigners as citizens. But this is also the reason why Dionia can attract a large number of Greek free people from the eastern Mediterranean Sea to come here every year. But in Athens, Corinth, Argos, Thebes, and even Sparta, there are still a large number of free people. They stay in these city-states for a better life, even if they do not have any political rights and their lives are not guaranteed. The Greek city-states do not have any special laws to protect free people. They can only do all kinds of menial work in the city-states, and even when war breaks out, they must be conscripted as auxiliary soldiers or sailors. The living conditions are terrible. Antares pretended to lament with a heavy expression. Then he raised his voice and said confidently, but what about the free people living in our kingdom? There are several laws specifically formulated to protect some of their rights, and they have been amended many times. They can rent the public land of the kingdom, and the tax rate they pay is not very high. They can also serve as the lowest public officials in the kingdom. Although in our eyes they are lowly, they still have a lot of influence on ordinary people. Although we also conscripted them in war, we almost never let them directly participate in the battle. And if they die accidentally, their families will receive a lot of compensation. Although there is still a big gap compared to the rights obtained by the citizens, compared to the free people in Greece, their lives are already very good. Moreover, the kingdom of Dionia is powerful and prosperous, and its territory is peaceful, unlike the Greek city-states in the east, which are weak and often suffer from wars, resulting in their homes being destroyed. So even if the old immigration law is abolished, causing many foreigners to be unable to become Diolian citizens, I think they will still come here to settle down, because the kingdom of Dionia is indeed the most suitable place for them to live. Lord Antares is right. The rotating chairman, Hegemon, took the initiative to resign from his position 3 years after the end of the Western Mediterranean War. Affected by the illness of Cornelis, the 70-year-old Vespa took the initiative to resign from his position to the Devers. He also begged not to participate in the Senate meetings and to retire at home. The Devers agreed to his request and suggested that the Senate elect Hegemon to replace him. He continued, "In the past, Dionia needed a large number of new people to quickly replenish the strength of the kingdom and to deal with the dangerous surrounding environment. So, the foreign free people were treated very well. But as your Majesty has said, as time and the situation change, the old laws have to adapt to the new needs and should be changed accordingly. Now that the kingdom is strong, not only do any city-states and countries dare not challenge us, but they will also take the initiative to seek an alliance with us. Under such a relatively safe environment, do we really need to be so eager to convert these foreign free people into citizens of the kingdom? Now, there are indeed many vacant lands in the kingdom. Apart from considering the free people who want to become citizens of the kingdom, can't we focus on our own people? Now, the population of the kingdom is more than 3 million. How many adult citizens are there every year?" Hegemon asked this question to the new Minister of Education, Montodicus. Why did he ask him and not the Minister of Household Registration, Raphael? Because Hegemon believed that after the establishment of Dionia 20 years ago, almost all the children of the citizens had to enter the various cities to study. Therefore, the Minister of Education, who is in charge of all the schools, should have more say. However, Montodicus said, "I don't know how many adult citizens there are every year, because many students have already graduated from school before they are of age. I can only tell you that the number of graduates last year was 23,571. Raphael interrupted. "Every year there are about 20,000 adult citizens in the kingdom, but the number has been rising sharply in recent years. This is because after the last war, the kingdom has merged with several regions and has a larger population." Hegemon expressed his gratitude to the two of them and then asked the Minister of Household Registration, "Sir Raphael, as far as you know, how many families have more than 2 boys among the citizens of the kingdom?" This question was a little difficult for Raphael. He thought for a while before saying with uncertainty, "I'm afraid there are at least 70% of them, due to the blessings of Hades and the high level of medical skills in the kingdom. Sir Helps has led the doctors to invest a lot of energy in childbirth and the treatment of children with the strong support of His Majesty. They have made great progress, greatly increasing the success rate of pregnant women in childbirth and greatly reducing the death rate of babies after birth. Now, most families have more than 2 children, and for the old citizens, almost every family has a child who has successfully grown up." At this point, Raphael turned and nodded to the Minister of Health, Helps, to express his gratitude. "So, how many foreign freedmen does the kingdom accept every year to become official citizens?" Hegemon asked again. "This number is uncertain. In the years before the last war, because there was very little land left, according to the request of His Majesty and the Senate, the Ministry of Agriculture and the Household Registration Department deliberately controlled it. Coupled with the stable situation in the Eastern Mediterranean, there were only about 2,000 people a year. In recent years, the kingdom has been in urgent need of labor, and the war in Greece has been getting more and more intense, so there are at least 10,000 people a year. Everyone, you have all heard it. The kingdom has about 20,000 adult citizens every year, which is almost the same number as the citizens of a traditional strong Greek state. Although the Household Registration Department has been distributing land to them in recent years, this is only a temporary measure to occupy the vacant land more quickly. In fact, there is no special law in the kingdom that requires the distribution of land to adult citizens because, according to our usual thinking, they will inherit the property left by their father in the future. But now, the situation in the kingdom is that most citizens have several sons. According to the kingdom's law, The inheritance is freely distributed by the original owner according to their own will. Most citizens will choose to divide their property equally among several children, so the land area owned by each child may even be smaller than the original land allocated to the citizens by the kingdom. These children born and raised in the kingdom receive the kingdom's education from an early age, abide by the kingdom's laws, and are familiar with everything in the kingdom. They love and are loyal to the kingdom. But after they become citizens, they receive less than these foreign freedmen who have become official citizens. Everyone, do you think this is fair? Chapter 1070. Hegemon's words moved the ministers. Even the Devers was a little stunned. He could not help but say, "We have indeed neglected the issue of adult citizens in the past. Fortunately, you reminded us in time, Hegemon. We need to pay attention to this issue. Of course, we should cherish these young people, because they are the future of the kingdom. So after the meeting, Hegemon, Raphael, and Buckos, the three of you will discuss the issue of whether and how the adult citizens should be given land, and come up with a draft plan. We will discuss it at the next meeting, and then submit it to the Senate for approval." "Yes, Your Majesty," the three of them replied in unison. "All right, now let's return to the issue of how to reinforce the Etrurian alliance. I think Heraclid's proposal of building a military fortress on the land given to us by the Etrurian alliance is a good idea. Cyprus's proposal of recruiting free citizens and forming a border army is also a good idea. The problem that Buckos mentioned should really make us think deeply. The reason why Dionia could grow so quickly is because we have been carrying out the Accept Immigrants Act for a long time. That's why we have the support and help of the free citizens, and we have been successful in every war. Today, even if the kingdom has become stronger, we still have many enemies, and in the future we will encounter more powerful enemies. Also, if a pool is not fed with running water, it will easily rot. If a country is too closed without fresh blood, it will lose its vitality. Therefore, I don't think we should completely stop the previous Immigrants Act, but how to solve the border defense problem of the kingdom and the alliance, and at the same time give other free citizens a chance to become citizens of the kingdom and not let our adult citizens feel that it is unfair? This requires us to think carefully and come up with a good and practical solution." The Devers summarized and evaluated the ministers' discussion in a slow manner, and at the same time drew a general framework for the ministers in a firm tone, so that they would not deviate from the direction of the discussion and fail to achieve the ideal result he wanted. The Devers' words caused the ministers to think deeply. Not long after, Cypros, who had been thinking, said, "Your Majesty, regarding this problem, I think it will be easier to solve as long as we set a different period for the foreign free citizens to become citizens of the kingdom. Free citizens who join the army and guard the border only need to serve for 5 years, and then they can become official citizens of Dionia. Other free citizens will have to work in the kingdom for more than 10 years before they can become official citizens. This way, the free citizens who wish to become citizens of the kingdom as soon as possible will be willing to take the risk and join the border army. Meanwhile, the free citizens who are unwilling or unable to take the risk will still have a chance to become citizens, as long as they are willing to slowly endure in the kingdom." The Devers stroked his chin and thought for a while, then nodded and said, "This is a good idea. Does anyone have any opinions?" Seeing that the Devers had agreed, the other ministers did not have much objection, but after discussing the details, they finally perfected the new bill. All foreign free citizens who are recruited by Dionia and join the Dionysian army will become official citizens of Dionia after serving for 5 years. Other foreign free citizens will have to live in Dionia for 10 years, pay taxes on time, and abide by the law before they can become official citizens of Dionia. If they pass away during this period, their family members can continue the period, and they will still be able to become citizens of Dionia. After discussing for a long time, there was finally a result. Just when everyone was relieved, they heard the rotating president, Lucius. Due to the death of Cornelis and the seclusion of Vespa, Lucius was already 65 years old a year ago, wanted to resign from all his posts, citing his poor health and inability to cope with the complicated government affairs. What he said was true. After the war in the western Mediterranean, the territory of the Kingdom of Dionia had greatly expanded. The population had skyrocketed, and the resources had become richer. Therefore, a large number of merchants, free citizens, and some envoys from the cities and forces had poured into the central city of Turiai, causing a huge increase in government affairs in the region of Turiai. The number of officials had almost doubled, but there was still a lack of manpower. But the Devers repeatedly urged him to stay, and in the end he only resigned from his position as the chief executive of the region of Turiai, but still remained as the rotating president. In fact, many of the elders regarded him as the head of the 5 rotating presidents. Your Majesty, now that we have established a new immigration law, we have decided to recruit free citizens to defend the borders of Etruria and our Iberian territories. So how many people do we need to recruit? The Devers looked at Alexis. Alexis had already considered this, and he said without hesitation, I have already said before that the northern border of Etruria needs about 3,000 to 5,000 people. Considering that there will be continuous casualties in the process, we also need to constantly replenish. If we recruit more people at the last minute, it will take time to train them. So it is better to recruit a legion of people at once. This way, we can better use legion tactics to train them. In the future, when we fight with the regular army of the kingdom, it will be more convenient to command. And in the Iberian territories, we also need a legion of people to better protect the safety of the people in the territory. If we help the allies to reinforce a legion and defend the territory of the kingdom, but the number of soldiers is still not enough, I am afraid that the people will be dissatisfied with this. It is best that we recruit another legion to prevent a sudden invasion of a large number of enemies. It will be too late for the kingdom to mobilize the military, so we can first recruit this legion to buy some time for us. Hearing this, Lucius's face was already a little ugly. 3 legions, more than 24,000 people. This is a huge number. Has Lady Alexis thought about how much the kingdom will pay for this? Alexis was a little confused. Pay? There is no need for any pay, right? After these freedmen become soldiers, they eat in the barracks, live in the barracks, and after completing their service, they will receive rewards from the kingdom, become official citizens, and get a share of land. Do we still need to pay them extra? Lucius, who had been the administrator of Turiai for many years, explained unhurriedly, a foreign freedman living in the kingdom, as long as he is diligent enough, can earn at least 15 drachmas a month. After a few years, when he becomes an official citizen of Dionia and gets a share of land, he will have saved a lot of money. He does not need to borrow from the Kristoia Bank at all, and he will have money to build a house, buy wheat seeds, buy livestock, and even buy a slave. His life will quickly stabilize, not to mention these freedmen, even if it is the kingdom's public servants, Lord Raphael. Does your slave camp also pay them some money? Yes, but very little, Raphael replied. But at least there is, Lucius said slowly. Lysias said slowly, I heard that there was a very strong young slave in the slave camp in Tali. Every time he did more work than the other slaves, he received a lot of extra rewards. He saved all the money, and when he got his freedom, he actually went to the slave market to buy a female slave to be his wife. This is true. This slave is called Vainram. He works very hard and always gets rewarded. So he only stayed in the Turiai slave camp for 3 years before the slave administration gave him his freedom last year. Raphael said with a smile, because he has been a slave since he was young, it is said that he has never been with a woman. In the slave camp, he always heard other slaves talking about that kind of thing, and he was particularly curious, so he did such an impulsive thing. When he finished, many of the ministers smiled. Lord Alexis, you see, even slaves are paid, not to mention these foreign freedmen who will become soldiers of the kingdom and guard the border for us. Are they treated worse than slaves? If that is the case, it will seem that we are too harsh, and it will also make them dissatisfied, which will affect their enthusiasm for recruitment and future battles. Am I right, Lord Alexis? Alexis had always been engaged in military affairs, so she did not know much about the kingdom's social life. After hearing these words, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed. She had no choice but to frankly say, "Thank you for your reminder, Lord Lucius. I have indeed neglected this problem. After I return to the Ministry of Military Affairs and discuss with my colleagues, we will decide how much to pay these freedmen soldiers." This is not just a matter of pay. The other rotating chairman, Sidorum, interrupted. Their military supplies, their weapons, their material consumption. I am afraid that the kingdom will have to provide these. Tens of thousands of people. Their consumption is not a small number, and His Majesty has just said that this is not a temporary arrangement, but a long-term decree. It is a new and important decision of the kingdom. This means that the strong support of the Etrurian alliance is only temporary. For our kingdom, this will be a large long-term expenditure. But where will this large sum of money come from? After Sidorum finished speaking, the senior ministers and the rotating chairman looked at each other. They all understood that this was the difficulty of implementing this new decision. Alexis was stunned for a moment, then immediately replied, "Of course it will be from the national treasury." As soon as she finished speaking, the impatient financial officer Archimedes immediately shouted, "No, this is not allowed. I have already said that the national treasury is tight. There is no extra money to support such a long-term mercenary army." Alexis, as an important minister of the kingdom, was directly contradicted by Archimedes, who was only a mid-level official. No matter how self-restrained he was, he could not keep his face at this moment. He immediately said in a deep voice, "How many soldiers have died in our army? We have seized so many gold and silver mines for the kingdom, obtained so much good quality land, and increased so much wealth for the kingdom. Now we need some help from the national treasury for the army. Is this how your financial department treats the Ministry of Military Affairs?" Archimedes felt a little guilty after being glared at by Alexis, but he remembered Myrsa's words. "We guard the treasury for the kingdom, and we must be like a mother protecting her child. We must not give in easily. Even if it's an extra opal, we must haggle for a long time. Only then will we be qualified to be a finance minister, and only then will His Majesty think highly of us." Chapter 1071. Therefore, Archimedes calmed himself down and mustered up the courage to refute. "We did harvest some gold and silver mines, but His Majesty once warned us, the Ministry of Finance, that gold and silver cannot be distributed indiscriminately and must correspond to the annual food production and tax revenue. In short, if we distribute too much gold and silver, the silver in our hands will become worthless. So we can directly mine gold and silver from the gold and silver mines as the expenses for this new mercenary army. The Ministry of Finance cannot make the decision and must obtain His Majesty's approval." With that, Archimedes turned around and bowed respectfully to the medical department. Devers said softly, "Archimedes is right. Gold and silver mines are the strategic resources of the kingdom and cannot be used as long-term financial expenses unless there is a sudden special situation. His Majesty's decision is right. If the gold and silver mines are trampled, excavated, and distributed indiscriminately, the kingdom will be flooded with gold and silver, and will only destroy the prosperity of the kingdom's trade and cause chaos." Minister of Commerce Marigi immediately expressed his approval and endorsed Archimedes. Archimedes continued in high spirits. Also, "Lady Alexis, you only see how much land the kingdom has increased, but you did not see how many officials we have added to manage these lands and the higher salaries we have to pay them. This is already a very large expenditure, not to mention the large relocation expenses needed to relocate the citizens to these new lands, as well as the construction of roads, bridges, temples, and all kinds of public facilities and maintenance costs on these new lands. This is also a huge expenditure. To tell you the truth, if it wasn't for the recent prosperity of trade and the increase in commercial tax revenue barely made up for these increased expenses, I'm afraid that the monthly salaries given to you would have been reduced." Archimedes said and nodded to Marigi to express his gratitude. Alexis was dumbfounded. He originally thought that with this new law, the kingdom could have 2 or 3 special corps that could be sent into battle at any time, and the Ministry of Military Affairs would feel much more relaxed. He did not expect the real difficulties to come. He said helplessly, since everyone agreed to establish such an army composed of foreign freedmen, and thought that there must be enough military expenses to maintain it, but the Treasury is unable to provide the military expenses. Without military expenses, this army cannot be established, so what should we do? Lucius looked at his nose, and his nose looked at his heart as if he was deep in thought. Cypros's eyes turned, and he wanted to say something several times, but he stopped himself. Marigi and Sidorum were whispering something. Hegemon shrugged and said apologetically, "I don't know much about the kingdom's finances." Archimedes, who had been complaining that he had no money, was now silent. The other ministers either really didn't know much about this and were somewhat at a loss, or they also put on a thoughtful look. A strange silence appeared in the hall of the palace. At this moment, a sonorous voice rang out. Because building an army that is truly free from daily labor and can be deployed into battle at any time is a requirement for our kingdom's expanding borders. It is a brand new and important long-term national policy. Therefore, it is best to levy a new tax on the people for its military expenditure. As soon as these words came out, some people were shocked, some looked the same, and some heaved a sigh of relief. Tax increase. Someone finally said it out loud. Devers gripped the armrests of their seats tightly and looked at the person who spoke. It was Arteris. It really was him. Daring and courageous, worthy of being an outstanding talent recommended by Cunegurata back then. Knowing that it would offend the majority of the people, he still said it without hesitation, as if the safety of the kingdom was more important than his own gains and losses. In comparison, the other rotating president, Cypros, who was more capable, was obviously thinking too much. As for Lucius, Hegemon, Sidorum, and the others, Devers scanned the ministers quietly, taking in the expressions of the people in their eyes. When they met Cypros's eyes, Cypros quickly looked away. He had already realized that his performance just now had disappointed Devers. Tax increase? That's not very good. I'm afraid the people will find it hard to accept. The first to respond was the medical minister, Herpes. Yes, since the establishment of Dionia, the kingdom's direct tax has always been 1%, and it has not changed for almost 20 years. The people are used to it. If we want to tax them now, I'm afraid they will find it hard to accept. The construction minister, Heraclides, also expressed his opinion. As technical officials, he and Herpes did not seem to consider the problem from the perspective of the kingdom, but the first thing they thought of was the mentality of the people. His Majesty has already said that the times are changing, the environment is changing, and the kingdom is changing. Of course, our laws should also be changed to meet the new needs. 20 years ago, when Dionia was founded, there were only 3 or 4 small towns, and the population was probably less than 30,000. Very insignificant. But now the kingdom is the hegemon of the Western Mediterranean, and the territory area is more than 10 times that of the past. The population is more than 3 million, and there are many city-states and forces affiliated with us. It is no longer the small city-state alliance it used to be. Cypros finally stood up to speak. He said with great emotion, "When Dionia was first founded, all the public officials, including the elders, were not paid, and now the monthly salary of the junior officials of the kingdom can almost buy a cow, let alone us. 20 years ago, when Dionia went to war, all the citizens who could fight added up to less than 10,000 people, and they could reach the front line in a few hours, end the war in a day or 2, and return to the city-states. The time was so short that the soldiers did not even finish the rations they brought from home. But now, once the kingdom launched a war, it could easily mobilize tens of thousands of people, and the war time was calculated in months. The military rations needed were calculated in tons as the basic unit, and this did not include other material consumption, all of which were provided by the kingdom. 20 years ago, Dionia did not have any major expenditure except for the construction of roads. But now there were countless public buildings in the kingdom, and not only the construction cost, but the maintenance cost was also not a small figure, and the money earned by the schools and public hospitals in the towns was not enough to maintain the operation, and the kingdom needed to provide subsidies to maintain it. The bigger the kingdom, the greater the expenditure. Could the 1% tax meet the needs of the kingdom of Dionia? Of course not. We rely on the commercial taxes collected because of the prosperity of the trade brought by the strength of the kingdom. We rely on the inheritance taxes collected because the strength of the kingdom made the citizens rich. We rely on the other expenses that the strength of the kingdom made the citizens rich and colorful, such as the competitive games hosted by the Ministry of Commerce, lottery, library book borrowing fees, and so on. We rely on the wisdom of His Majesty and the hard work of everyone to barely ensure the development of the kingdom today. To be honest, the direct tax collected by the kingdom had been maintained at 1% for the past 20 years, and this was definitely a great miracle. This was the blessing of Hades. This was the kindness of His Majesty. Even during the most difficult times of the war, the kingdom only borrowed money from the people and did not blatantly collect high war taxes. The people of Dionia should feel very lucky to live in such a happy kingdom and not in other places. Look around us. This is no longer the traditional world where the citizens of the Greek city-states did not collect direct taxes a few decades ago. In the past, in the east of Sicily, during the reign of Dionysius, the war tax of each city-state was as high as 30%, and it lasted for many years. Even after he was later overthrown, Syracuse's annual direct tax was still close to 10%, to ensure that the city-state could restore its strength as soon as possible, and to ensure its safety under our pressure. In the west of Sicily, the tax rate of the Phoenician city-states and the Carthage city-states was relatively low, but it was still more than 5%. It was said that the money from these taxes was spent on the conquest of southern Iberia. Looking at Greece itself, in the past few decades of frequent wars, which city-states' direct tax was not more than 20%. Even the wealthiest city, Athens, had even come up with a wonderful way to collect taxes. They divided the demo district under their jurisdiction, and in each tax collection area, there must be a lot of foreign wealthy merchants who settled down, and then stipulated how much tax the area had to pay, and if they did not reach the target, they would be punished. Often, due to the pleas and coercion of the people in the area, more than half of the tax was borne by these wealthy merchants. Not to mention Sparta, which had always been a city-state. All the wealth earned was controlled by the government, and then it was responsible for the distribution. Everyone, this is a world of frequent wars and danger, and the countries and forces around us are accumulating strength and fighting. Even if Dionia is now strong, we can't take it lightly. The kingdom should not only increase taxes, but the tax rate should not be too low so that the kingdom can operate normally and have enough power to protect the safety of the territory and defend the interests of the people. Cypros's words were so deafening that it made some people absent-minded, and some people suddenly understood. Then the Devers loudly praised. Well said. Only then did many people understand. His Majesty was in favor of raising taxes. The atmosphere in the hall began to change, but Lysias was still worried. Your Majesty, once additional taxes are proposed, not only will it cause a lot of controversy in the Senate, but it will also cause a lot of dissatisfaction among the people. It may cause turmoil in the kingdom, and it will have a great impact on your prestige, Your Majesty. The Devers smiled faintly and said in a deep voice, People like Arteris and Cypros have put forward such a proposal for the sake of the kingdom, regardless of personal honor or disgrace, and I, as the son of the patron saint of the kingdom, Hades, do not care about this little bit of criticism. I only ask you, Lysias, should we raise taxes? The Devers' words hit the nail on the head, and Lysias could not avoid it, so he could only answer, Your Majesty, from the current situation of the kingdom, we need an army of foreign freedmen. In order not to affect the normal operation of the kingdom, we also need to increase additional taxes to provide material support for this army. Chapter 1072. Actually, for the citizens of the kingdom today, paying a little more in taxes does not have much impact on their lives. Antares then spoke again. He would not let Cypros take the lead. I've asked Bacchus and the treasurer Archimedes just now. Take Turiae as an example. The average citizen here owns at least 20 acres of land. The annual harvest of food is not only enough to meet their needs, but they can also earn about 300 to 700 drachmas by selling it, depending on the harvest and the price of food. But this is not the majority of their income. As Turiae is the center of the kingdom, there are a large number of foreigners, and the demand for housing is high. Many citizens can earn 1 or 2 talent a year just by collecting rent. If the citizens of Turiae are special, let's take a look at the small city of Sicily. The population there is less than 4,000, and the main income of the citizens is farming. According to the statistics of the finance department, the annual harvest of every family, when converted into money, is at least 600 drachmas, and this does not include the cattle, sheep, horses, chickens, ducks, pigs, and other livestock they raise. In addition, don't forget that they often go to the workshops to help out during the slack season, and they can earn a sum of money. So what do these citizens with a lot of wealth usually do? Other than daily expenses and participation in military training, they also spend money on sports equipment, participate in various competitive training, spend money to watch competitions, and even buy Tino's blessings. They drink a lot of wine, visit a lot of restaurants, and occasionally go to the hot springs. The business of the women's brothels is also very good, and many citizens even specially buy female slaves as concubines. So how much do the citizens pay for the kingdom every year in taxes? Antares opened both of his palms and smiled disdainfully. On average, I'm afraid it's less than 10 drachmas. Perhaps some people are opposed to raising taxes. If the people are poor and a new tax is imposed, not only will they be resentful, they might even riot. But the situation of the kingdom now is that the country is poor and the people are rich. His Majesty and the officials like us are trying our best to maintain the operation of the kingdom. We are stingy with the expenditure of the national treasury. Even some public buildings have to be built with donations from the people. If this situation continues, the kingdom will be unable to maintain the national treasury. What good will it do to the citizens? Over the past 20 years, the kingdom had worked hard to create and maintain this generous environment. Many of its citizens had turned from impoverished refugees into wealthy, dignified citizens of Dionia. Now it was time for them to give back to their country. Even if we increase the tax by 5%, the citizens will only have to pay less than 50 drachmas. It's still a small amount of money to them, but it's a great help to the kingdom, don't you think? Well said. The Devers praised once again and swept his deep gaze across the ministers again. He said in a clear voice, "Everyone, is there any objection to the additional tax increase for the formation of a new border army?" "Your Majesty, I have no objections." Seeing that the Devers had clearly expressed their support, Lucius did not dare to stop them anymore and bowed in response. "I agree with the tax increase." Hemont, Sidorum, and the other ministers also gave their affirmative replies one after another. Good. The Devers slammed hard on the armrest and said, "Since we have all reached an agreement, then Antares and Cypros will take the lead, and Alexis and Archimedes will assist. We will formulate a detailed tax increase bill. How much tax to collect? How to collect it? How will it be used? Everything must be written clearly in order to be able to answer the questions of the senators. Here, I would like to solemnly remind everyone that before the formation of border army and tax increase bill is submitted to the Senate, everyone must keep it strictly confidential. Do not disclose it to outsiders. If the news is leaked and I find out who leaked it, I will not let them off lightly." The Devers' last few words were filled with murderous intent, causing the ministers to feel a chill in their hearts. They could not help but remind themselves to be vigilant. The Devers withdrew his stern gaze and softened his tone. He then said, "Alexis, I have thought about it carefully. The number of foreign freedmen soldiers to be recruited will not exceed 2 legions for the time being. After all, we have to consider the feelings of the citizens. We cannot let them feel that we are going to completely replace them with mercenaries and prevent them from serving. With the reminder from the Devers, Alexis suddenly realized what she had overlooked. She immediately responded with sincerity, "I understand, Your Majesty." In fact, this was not the only concern of the Devers. As someone who was familiar with the history of his previous life, he was more worried that these recruited freedmen who were not yet loyal to the kingdom would gradually be owned by private individuals, which would threaten the safety of the royal family and the kingdom. Thus, he had to be vigilant at all times. Then the Devers said, "And Terry, Cypros, when you're discussing how much to increase taxes, don't just use the 2 legions I just mentioned as the benchmark. You have to set the appropriate amount higher so that there is enough leeway for the future. Try to get it done in one go. Otherwise, if we have to increase taxes frequently in the future when the finances are tight, not only will the Senate be upset, but the citizens will also be uneasy." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 2 of them looked at each other and replied in unison. The Devers stood up from the wooden chair, straightened his body, and looked at the crowd. He said in a sonorous voice, "Everyone, I will still say the same thing. The kingdom is developing, and the environment is changing. The old traditions and laws may not necessarily be suitable for the new situation. Instead, they may become obstacles. Thus, as the elites of the kingdom, you have to manage all aspects of the kingdom. You must have a flexible mind and a sharp vision. You must discover problems in time and eliminate them in time. Only then can you ensure the long-term prosperity of our kingdom. Please bear this in mind, all of you." The Devers' sincere words caused everyone to ponder. What time is it now? At this time, the Devers felt a little hungry and asked the clerk, Hinepolis, who was standing by the stairs. Hinepolis glanced at the water clock in the corner of the hall. "It's already past noon. Let the kitchen serve the prepared lunch. We can't continue the discussion on an empty stomach." "Yes, Your Majesty." After a while, the guards placed a small dining table in front of the ministers. Then, the servants brought out large and exquisite ceramic bowls filled with steaming hot soup. Pieces of beef of the same size floated on top of the soup. In the soup, there was a thick and uniform layer of dough, as well as countless tiny spices and vanilla powder. All kinds of fragrances mixed together. The aroma assailed everyone's nostrils and made them salivate. This was a new delicacy introduced by Kristoya's restaurant in recent years. The dough was made by fermenting flour and kneading it with water repeatedly. Then the dough was sliced into thin slices and boiled in boiling water. After that, the slices were poured into the beef soup that had been prepared beforehand. Seasonings were added to it, and it was easy to make. It was smooth and tasty, and the customers could also add supplementary ingredients, such as vegetables, according to their preferences. Therefore, it was very popular among the people of the kingdom. However, the chefs in the palace were all from Kristoya's restaurant. Not only were their cooking skills extraordinary, but the raw materials they chose were naturally the best. The best wheat flour from Sicily. The city of Sicily was located at the foot of Mount Etna. The land area was small. Some of the people of Sicily had already reclaimed part of the flat land on the mountainside. It was very hard to go up and down the mountain every day, but because of the volcanic ash on the mountain, the land was very fertile. The wheat that was planted was plump and tasted very good after being ground into flour. Also, because of the low output, the price was very high. So even if the people of Sicily joined Ionia and regained new land, there were still very few people who were willing to go to the mountainside to farm. The wheat they obtained was basically bought by Kristoya's restaurant to provide for the royal family. The beef cattle produced in Lucaria was more than a year old from Grimentum. The people of the kingdom of Dionia recognized it as the best beef cattle among the Lucaria cattle. This was because there was a large lake to the south of the city of Grimentum, Lake Pachacino. The lake was extremely clear, and the shore was covered with grass. The calves of Gramentum drank the lake water and ate the grass on the shore as they grew up, so their meat was fat after a long meeting. Everyone was already a little hungry. When they were tempted by the smell of the noodles, their appetites immediately increased. Not only did they finish the noodles, but they also finished the noodle soup. Some people even asked for an extra bowl. Every month, the palace would gather the ministers of various departments at least 3 times for important administrative meetings. Often, the meetings would last for the whole day. Lunch was provided by the palace, and the ministers were long used to it. Naturally, they were not so restrained when eating. After everyone finished eating, they took a short break. Heraclides, the minister of construction, said, "Your Majesty, there is a problem with the repair of Annona, the road to Rome." "What problem?" "The Sidicini in the mountains to the north of Campania are obstructing our construction." Not only did they not provide labor and food as agreed, but the materials we sent there for the construction are also often lost. This has greatly slowed down our construction progress. I remember that the Sidicini also participated in the construction agreement signed 3 years ago. Not only did they agree, but they also signed their names. Lucius interjected. Perhaps this mountain race feels that the road passes through their territory, and the security of their territory will be affected if there are more people coming and going from the south to the north. So they went back on their word. Ansitanos said solemnly, "Your Majesty, please allow me to send a diplomatic officer to the Sidicini to protest to them and ask them to abide by the agreement and help us complete the construction of the road as soon as possible." In the past, the Sidicini were sandwiched in the narrow mountains between the Wolsey and the Campania alliance. They are conservative and very tactful. I'm afraid that just verbal condemnation won't have an obvious effect. Devers pondered and said, "Alexis, your Ministry of Military Affairs informed the 12th Legion. The Legion source is the eastern plains of Campania, and the military camp is built in Abella, to gather at the edge of the mountains to the north of Capua for military training. Make it more imposing." Yes. Chapter 1073. If the Sidicini are still stubborn and refuse to listen, then gather all the forces that sign the agreement to build the road and vote together to impose military punishment on the Sidicini who violate the agreement and repeatedly refuse to listen. Devers said with a dignified expression and forceful words, "Dionia can sit on the throne of central Italy because of our strength. If the Sidicini insist on provoking us, then we can use their blood to establish our prestige." "Yes, Your Majesty," Alexis responded with a slight excitement. "Also, after the forming a border force resolution is passed by the Senate, Ansitanos, go and discuss with the Etruscan emissary to see if it is possible to build a road from Rome to the northern border of Etruria. This will help to transport food and supplies to the army stationed there in the future. Your Majesty, this is a good idea. Building the road will also help the relationship between the kingdom and Etruria, allowing for closer trade and personnel exchanges between the two countries." Marigi said with a slight excitement, "But when the Gaulish army invades the Etruscan territory, they can also use the road to reach Rome more quickly." Lucius expressed his concern. "This is actually a good thing," Devers said disapprovingly. "We are not afraid of fighting the Gauls head-on. On the contrary, hiding in the mountains and harassing them like this is a bit of a headache. Your Majesty, I will send someone to negotiate with the Etruscan emissary on this matter. I believe that under the current situation, they should agree to this proposal." Ansitanos responded. He paused for a moment before continuing. "Yesterday, the emissaries of several tribes in West Namibia came to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, hoping to meet Your Majesty." "What is it about?" "It's about the Marsili tribe. They provoked the conflict and sent troops to invade the territories of these tribes." "The Marsili tribe?" Devers tapped his fingers on the armrest and pondered for a moment before saying, "Although we had an agreement with the East and West Namibians at the end of the last war, not to interfere with their internal affairs, and we also had a secret agreement with the Marsili tribe. However, we can no longer turn a blind eye to the Marsili tribe's constant invasions of other tribes. Not only will this affect the trust the other Namibian tribes have in us, but a unified West Namibia is also not in our interest. The Marsili tribe's ambition must be stopped. I remember that there's another big tribe in West Namibia called Pato that has a grudge against the Maasai tribe. They're also more obedient to us. Send someone to contact this tribe in secret and tell them Daionia supports them in joining forces with other tribes to fight against the Maasai tribe and is willing to provide material support. Yes, Your Majesty, I will do it immediately. Ansatanos immediately understood, but he thought for a moment and reminded. There are several tribal territories between the Pato tribe and the Maasai tribe. The current leader has a gentle personality and may not agree unless there's an actual threat. Devers stroked his chin with his hand, pondered for a moment, and said, If Pato refuses our proposal, then let the Ministry of Foreign Affairs take action and persuade most of the leaders in West Namibia to submit an application to the kingdom, strongly requesting the kingdom to intervene in this conflict and restore peace to West Namibia. This way, we won't be violating the agreement. Understood. Ansatanos already had this idea in mind, but he let Devers take the initiative to voice it out. Your Majesty, should our Ministry of Military Affairs prepare for the conflict in West Namibia? Alexis asked. Devers nodded. Regardless of whether the Ministry of Foreign Affairs mission is successful or not, your Ministry of Military Affairs must take the diplomatic failure and military intervention as the premise. First, let the General Staff do a war simulation, then make preparations based on the simulation so that it can be used immediately when needed. Yes. Devers looked at Lysias again and said, Although Carthage has been quiet for the past few years, we can't let our guard down. The intelligence department will step up their surveillance on it. The chief executive of Hadramentum is Latagus, right? Yes, Your Majesty. Tell him about this so that he can be prepared. After getting another response from Lysias, Devers looked at the crowd and asked again, Any other questions? Your Majesty, the construction of the main Temple of Hades is speeding up. In another 2 days after the design of the giant statue of the god at the top of the mountain is finalized, we will also begin the sculpting and modeling. I believe that the main Temple of Hades will be completed before next year's celebration, Heraclid, the builder of the city, said as if he was taking credit. Very good. He did not want to talk more about the reconstruction of the temple in the council, because many elders and ministers supported Pleasanthatha's proposal, but some still opposed it. It was not only because the war had just ended, and the country had not fully recovered yet, but also because there would be a special ceremony when the main temple was built, which worried a few people. It seems that you have no other questions. Devers changed the topic and said slowly, regarding the proposal you proposed last time, in view of the vast territory of the kingdom, in order to facilitate the governance of the kingdom, I hope to divide the kingdom into provinces and a permanent governor-general. I have made a decision. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly became alert and listened attentively. Devers saw that and continued to say calmly, I think your proposal is correct. Just like what I said just now, the situation of the kingdom has changed, the situation has changed, and the old system must also be changed to adapt to the new development. However, the words province and governor-general come from Persia and don't match our Daionia. I'm more used to using the words region and regional governor to show the difference between the kingdom of Daionia and Persia. Region and governor. The crowd murmured these two terms. Your Majesty, these two terms are better. They are easy to understand and correspond to our city and city governor. Even the common people can understand the meaning of them. Even Ansatanos, who is a scholar, said so the others had no objections. Devers smiled and said, Herney, carry the kingdom's map here. The word carry was used because the map was drawn on a large wooden board. It did not only show the current territory of the kingdom, but it also included all of the western Mediterranean. Of course, the other areas were not as detailed and accurate as the kingdom's territory, so much so that the area north of the Iberian Peninsula and the Italian peninsula was basically a blur. Devers got down from his throne and took the long wooden pole from Herniporus. He drew on the map with it and said, "In the northernmost area, the towns that we own in Latin and the Etruscan towns north of the Tiber River will be merged into the region of Rome. Rome will be established, and the governor will be located in Rome. The towns that we own in Campania, Samni, and Annona will be merged into the eastern region of Campania. The governor will be located in Beneventum. Further south, the towns that used to belong to Lucania and the coastal towns of Poseidonia, Elia, and Picassus will be merged into the Lucania municipality. The governor will be located in Grimentum. The towns that used to belong to the Bruttii region and Laus will be merged into the region of Bruttii. The governor will be located in Cosenza. The region of Apulia, according to the original territories of the three races of Dauni, Pacetti, and Messapi, was divided into the Dauni, Pacetti, and Messapi. The seat of Dauni was in Lusnia, the seat of Pacetti was in Silvium, and the seat of Messapi was in Urdii. Heraclea and Metapontum will be merged into the region of Turiae. The governor will still be located here. Your Majesty, does Abyssinia belong to the region of Bruttii or the region of Turiae? Sidorum asked softly. Oh, that was a slip of the tongue. Abyssinia still belongs to the region of Turiae. The Devers immediately corrected himself and said, Cremissa, Asplugium, Crotone, and Silvia will be merged into the region of Crotone. The governor will be located in Crotone. Trine, Hyhernian, Colonia, Medma, and Locri will be merged into the region of southern Greece. The governor will be located in Trine. Taurina, Lygium, Rina, Mili, Tyndaris, and the unbuilt Himera, the old city of Himera, had been destroyed by the Carthaginians, and no one had dared to build a town there for decades. But after the Western Mediterranean War, the whole of Sicily had come under the rule of the kingdom of Dionysia, and Cyprius, who was the wartime governor of Sicily at the time, had suggested rebuilding Himera. There are two reasons for this. First, it is the only wide flat lowland on the northern coast of Sicily, and the soil is fertile, which is suitable for a large population. Second, because it was less affected by the war, some of the Greek city-states on the northern coast were not merged into the kingdom of Dionia after the war. Instead, they were attached to Dionia and became autonomous city-states like Tarentum. Because Sauris and Palmos surrendered early, Dionia kept its promise and allowed them to govern themselves. Himera is located in the middle of the northern coast, and its establishment is beneficial to the stability of the northern coast of Sicily. The Devers paused and said Lygium and Messina. As soon as he said this, the ministers were surprised. However, Marigi thought for a moment and immediately praised loudly, Your Majesty is wise! Merging Lygium and Messina into one region is beneficial to the unified management of the shipping in the Strait of Messina. Setting the government in Messina and Lygium at the same time is beneficial to resolving the century-old conflicts between the people of these two towns. In fact, many of the ancestors of the people of these two cities came from the same alliance. The two cities are only 10 nautical miles apart, but because of the conflict of interests, there have been endless conflicts. Even after joining the kingdom of Dionia, it is still like this. I have gone to mediate a few times. This time, Your Majesty has set the two cities as the government of the region, which will help the officials and the people to resolve the conflicts for the common interest and improve the efficiency of governance. This is a great initiative. The Devers smiled and said nothing. But the government in Messina and Lygium at the same time, I am afraid it will be difficult to manage. Mentodicus asked doubtfully. Chapter 1074. Lucius took over the conversation and replied, It's just that it's a little far and requires a ship, but the twin cities of Naxos and Cremissa have already provided us with rich experience in governance. Mentodicus let out an, Oh! and had no more questions. Devers continued, Apart from Messina, the original territory of Sicily, together with Leontini and the eastern mountains of Sicyor, During the Western Mediterranean War, the tribal settlement of Sicyer was destroyed by Carthage. Their food was plundered, and some tribes betrayed Daionia. After the war, Daionia won a great victory. Some tribes were afraid of being liquidated, and some tribes, in order to survive, chose to surrender to the kingdom under the direct threat of the army of Daionia and the goodwill of diplomacy, thus creating a domino effect. After a year, finally, the entire Sicyer Mountains were completely annexed to the kingdom of Daionia, merged into the region of eastern Sicily, with Cadani as its seat. Tanis, Syracuse, and its original substates, Camelina, Paxenus, and the entire southeastern corner of the western Mediterranean were merged into the region of Syracuse, with Syracuse as its seat. Then Minoa, Agrigento, Echimus, Gela, and the central mountains of Sicyer from Enna to Cephalotion were merged into the region of southern Sicily, with Agrigento as its seat. The remaining towns of Sicily and the Sycan region. After the war, the Sycans, who suffered heavy casualties and were afraid of the revenge of the Sicyer people, voluntarily surrendered to the kingdom of Daionia, were merged into the region of western Sicily, with Lille as its seat, with Saros as the dividing line. The northern half of the island of Sardinia was divided into the region of northern Sardinia, with Saros as its seat, and the region of southern Sardinia, with Calaris as its seat. All the areas formerly controlled by Carthage in Corsica became the region of Corsica, with Alenia as its seat. The southern part of Iberia that Carthage assigned to us became the region of southern Iberia of the kingdom, with Saesai as its seat. There are 19 districts in total. Everyone listened attentively to the Devers and pondered over these new administrative divisions. Obviously, the king of the Devers had given it much thought and made the divisions for the sake of ease of administration and the development of trade. Some areas were large, but the population per unit area was not large, such as Lucania municipality and southern Sicily. Some areas were small, but the population was dense, such as Crotone. Some areas were small, but the population was small, but it was very important to the kingdom, such as Corsica, which was rich in precious metals, especially tin. But even so, everyone still had some doubts. Your Majesty, you seem to have forgotten about Hadrumetum of Africa, the attentive Antares reminded. I haven't forgotten. Although Hadrumetum is not large, its location is very important. It is adjacent to Carthage and the eastern Namibians, and it is temporarily under the direct jurisdiction of the kingdom, so that we can get the situation there accurately in time and respond in time. The Devers' answer made everyone feel that it was reasonable, so no one raised any objections. Your Majesty, the area of southern Iberia is too large. The area is the sum of many of our other regions. It doesn't seem appropriate to just turn it into one region. The steady Lucius was a little worried. The Devers explained somewhat helplessly. Although the Carthage people have conquered southern Iberia, that is only a conquest, and it is still a long way from completely making it their own. Apart from the people in the coastal towns who are basically the original Carthage and Phoenicians, the inland areas are almost governed by the tribes of southern Iberia. After we took over, there were very few people from the kingdom who colonized there, and the officials who were sent there are still familiar with the situation there. Apart from the mines being operated by the kingdom's merchants, there has not been much change in the political structure there. Now that the entire kingdom's land is largely empty and the population is insufficient, it is impossible to change the proportion of the population in a short period of time. It is better to maintain the status quo for the time being, to ensure the stability of the region. At least from the looks of it, the governor of the region, Hacker, is still very active in cooperating with the kingdom's request and strictly acts in accordance with the laws of Daionia. Lord Hacker is indeed very sensible, but ruling a region for a long time is also against the laws of Daionia, and I heard that his physical condition is not too good. When Sidorum said this, he cast a questioning look at the medical minister, Helps. Helps replied, truthfully, according to the medical records sent back by the doctor we sent to treat him, his heart has not been very good since he was young, and there is no way to cure it. He should not be too tired. So it is best to transfer him back to Turiai to take up an important position, and at the same time he can better treat his illness. At the same time, let our officials take over Iberia earlier, and it will be beneficial for it to integrate into the kingdom faster. Sidorum continued to suggest. The Devers fell into deep thought. Lucius, Sidorum, and the other ministers exchanged glances, but none of them said anything. After all, Iberia's Governor Hacker's identity was too special. He was not only the patriarch of the Maganid family of Carthage that had surrendered to Dionia half a year after the end of the Western Mediterranean War. Mago, who had been in a coma all this time, finally passed away. Although it was reasonable to say that the Maganid patriarch should be inherited by Hasdrubal, most of the family members hoped that Hacker, who had a gentle personality and was more favored by the King of Devers, would take over the position. Hasdrubal himself did not want to take up this heavy responsibility, so even though Hacker repeatedly declined, he still took the position in the end. However, he very modestly repeatedly said that he was only acting as the patriarch in place of his brother. Moreover, because he had been in charge of government affairs in southern Iberia for a long time, whether it was the original officials or the local natives, he had more prestige. Moreover, he was a relative of the King of Devers. Also, considering these issues, the Devers carefully considered for a moment and replied more cautiously, "This matter, I have to first seek Hacker's opinion. If he agrees to come to Turiai, do you think Bagul will be able to smoothly take over southern Iberia?" Back then, after southern Iberia was annexed to the Kingdom of Dionia, in order to stabilize the situation there, Devers promised not to replace the officials there in the short term. However, he sent a group of Dionia officials with strong administrative abilities to various towns in southern Iberia to serve as the assistants of the original officials. The leader of this group was Bagul. To have an important minister of the kingdom serve as the administrative assistant of a newly annexed region, this undoubtedly seemed like a demotion. However, the Devers considered that Bagul had previously served as the chief executive of Graumentum, Cosenza, Udir, and other large towns in the kingdom. Not only was his political achievements outstanding, he was also rich in experience and was especially good at dealing with the local natives' affairs. Thus, he was the most suitable candidate. That was why he specially invited Bagul's family to participate in the royal family's banquet and had a heart-to-heart conversation with Bagul. Afterwards, Bagul gladly accepted the appointment and headed to southern Iberia to take up his post. "Your Majesty, from Bagul's special trip to the Senate last year to report on state affairs, not only has he familiarized himself with the state of affairs in southern Iberia, he has also made the local officials familiar with him. Some officials are also willing to cooperate with him, and he has also made friends with many of the Iberian native tribe leaders in the territory, winning their trust. I believe there shouldn't be too big of a problem, but we should still first seek his opinion." Hegemon first praised Bagul and then cautiously expressed his own opinion. The Devers used a wooden stick to point at Iberia's position on the map. A moment later, he asked, "If Hacker chooses to come to Turiai, what position would be more suitable for him?" Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. As mentioned before, Hacker's identity was too special. He was already a senator of the kingdom, although he rarely attended Senate meetings, and he was already a governor, although it was only a post-war compromise. He was already an important minister of the kingdom, and even the rotating chairman of the Senate and the ministers of the various departments were only of the same rank as him. Moreover, all the important positions in the various departments were occupied, and there were no vacancies. As for leaving them idle for the time being, it would probably be a considerable risk. This was because this would cause the original citizens and officials in southern Iberia to misunderstand that the kingdom was starting to get rid of the donkey when it was no longer of use, and it was afraid that it would cause unrest in southern Iberia. While everyone was silent, some people also began to complain about Sidorum, feeling that he should not have made such an unnecessary move, making it difficult for everyone to get off the tiger. The Devers' deep gaze swept across everyone's faces, and then he slowly said, I think it's better to set up another rotating chairman and let Hacker take the position. What do you all think?" Everyone was stunned. Sidorum, who had already sensed everyone's resentment, was the first to respond. "I support His Majesty's decision. Now that the number of senators has increased, 5 rotating chairmen are not enough to represent all the senators, especially since there are already more than 10 senators from Phoenicia. Lord Hacker being the rotating chairman is in line with the kingdom's needs." Where did these more than 10 Phoenician senators come from? More than half of them were not from western Sicily or southern Iberia, but from Sardinia. Although some of the Phoenician city-states in Sardinia chose to surrender in the Western Mediterranean War, Daionia did not allow them to choose autonomy like their compatriots in Sicily. In the past, Carthage could completely control the entire Sardinia island for the sake of benefits, so of course Daionia could also force all of these city-states to join the Kingdom of Daionia. The people of Sardinia, who had been ruled by Carthage for a long time, did not have strong political demands. When Daionia was tough, they obeyed. However, in order to appease the local people and make it easier to govern, the kingdom still chose some of the island's famous people to enter the Senate. Chapter 1075. After Sidorum spoke, the others also expressed their agreement. If that's the case, after getting the approval of Hacker and Hasdrubal Lucius, you can submit the proposal to the Senate to discuss and approve it. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Alexis spoke up and asked, "Your Majesty, the newly divided regions are not exactly the same as the regions where the soldiers of the various legions come from. Will this affect the citizens' participation in military training and going out to war? Is there a need to adjust the source of the soldiers of the various legions?" "I don't think there's a need." Devers said straightforwardly, "The army is the army and the regions are the regions. Both sides do not interfere with each other, but they must cooperate with each other. Especially in times of war, the various towns and regions must fully cooperate with the legions to go out to war and deal with the aftermath. This is the law of Daionia. I think no official of any rank would dare to obstruct or violate it." After answering Alexis's question, no one else asked for a while, so Devers continued, "Let me talk about some adjustments to the ranks of the kingdom's officials after the division of the regions and the establishment of the regional chief officers." Everyone pricked up their ears again. The rotating president will still be the highest-ranking official in the kingdom, followed by the ministers of the various departments. The regional chief officers will have the same rank, but they must be elected by the Senate. The rank of the city chief officers will be the same as the second-ranking officials of the various departments. They are considered middle-ranking officials and will no longer be elected by the Senate, but directly decided by the kingdom's executive council. Your Majesty's decision is absolutely correct." Hormones praised loudly. Right now, there are more than 100 cities and towns in the kingdom. Almost every 3 or 4 days, there will be a new city chief officer. The Senate is busy every day electing a successor. Where would they find the time to do other important things? The others also felt the same way. Lucius, Sidorum, and the other senior members of the Senate thought even more. Since the kingdom's executive council was held regularly, many internal affairs of the kingdom were resolved here. Even many laws were first discussed here, and after a resolution was formed, it was brought to the Senate for approval. Since the 5 rotating presidents and the ministers of the various departments were all important members of the Senate, when they had already reached an agreement, it was very easy for the proposal to pass. This way, the Senate's business had already been reduced a lot. If the election of the city chief officers was also removed, the role of the Senate would be greatly reduced. Lucius looked at Devers, who was weighing his words carefully, and thought for a moment. Next would be the demo administrator of each town, followed by the village head. This would constitute the kingdom's most basic 5 levels of administrative officials. The other departments would be adjusted according to this standard. Oh, that's right. The city chief officers of each district should be half a level higher than the ordinary city chief officers. Also, the authority of the district chief officers is not exactly the same as the wartime viceroys we have appointed in the past. He has the administrative power to manage the entire district, but he does not have the right to use the army, nor the right to make local laws. However, although he does not appoint the city chief officers within the district, he can recommend the chief officers of the various demos. Everyone thought deeply about every word that Devers said, because it was very likely to be closely related to their future. Archimedes could not help but interrupt. Your Majesty, after the kingdom's territory is divided into various districts and the appointment of the chief officers of each district, we still have to allocate other officials, right? That's a lot of people and their ranks are not low. This will be a huge expenditure for the national treasury. This is unavoidable, Lucius said. Devers comforted him. The larger the kingdom's territory, the more problems there will be, and the more complicated the difficulties will be. This requires us to be more precise and efficient in our governance. Of course, we can discuss which officials to allocate. For example, the population of each town was originally small, and 1 or 2 clinics and hospitals could solve the problems of the citizens. So most towns did not have medical officials. However, now that we have established districts, regardless of whether it is to prevent and control epidemics or to supervise the treatment of illnesses in the entire district, we need medical officials to ensure the health of the people in the district. Another example is whether there is a need for construction officials to be set up in the district, because the subordinate towns have their own construction personnel. When the entire district needs to build a large public building, the local chief officer can gather the construction personnel of the subordinate towns to carry out the planning and construction. The Devers and the ministers discussed the issue of the district chief officers until dusk, and finally came up with a clear plan. After everyone left, Devers stared at the large map and thought for a while before asking Hinepolis to put the map back. When Hinepolis returned to the palace hall, Devers said to him, "Henny, don't be in a hurry to go home. Come with me to visit Meresis." "Yes, Your Majesty." Under the protection of the guards, the Devers left the palace. Along the way, the passers-by stopped to greet the king, and the Devers smiled in response. Mersis's mansion was not too far from the palace. It was at the foot of the mountain to the north of the Hill of Gods. Compared to the mansions of the other important ministers and elders, its exterior was very luxurious and eye-catching. There was once a civil official who reported him, saying that he lived a luxurious lifestyle and suspected him of corruption. This caused a huge uproar. The Ministry of Supervision had even sent officials to investigate, and they found that not only had Meresis not embezzled money from the national treasury, but during the war in the Western Mediterranean, when the national treasury was at its most strained, he had used the money he had earned from his own business to purchase a batch of military supplies and sent them to the front lines. After the news was announced, not only was the public in an uproar, even the officials were shocked. Their impression of the miser of the kingdom had changed greatly. However, a year after the war ended, Meresis had fallen ill. After many aggressive treatments, his illness had recurred for more than 2 years. Finally, at the beginning of this year, he had completely fallen ill and was unable to manage the affairs of the finance department. Thus, Archimedes had replaced him to manage the affairs of the finance department. When the Devers walked to the living room, Meresis had already come out to welcome them, supported by 2 slaves. At this moment, his entire body was extremely fat. Although he was covered by a loose white robe, when he walked, his swollen legs and bloody ankles could still be seen. His face was dark brown, and he looked a little dispirited. When he saw the Devers, he became more spirited. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty, you've finally come to see me." "Meresis, you're so forgetful. I've only come to see you once last month." The Devers scolded him softly. "Visiting once a month is too long. It's best to visit once every 2 or 3 days." Meresis said shamelessly. He urged the slave beside him, "Hurry up. Help me to His Majesty. It'll be easier to talk this way." The Devers quickly dissuaded him. You're not feeling well now, so don't come out. Be careful not to catch a cold. Let's go to your bedroom. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. After walking for a while, Mercis also felt powerless and did not insist. Your Majesty. Mercis' wife and 3 concubines came together and greeted him respectfully. After the Devers returned the greeting, he expressed his gratitude to them. You've all worked hard during this period. What's so hard about it? Crying all the time. I'm so annoyed that I want to chase them all out. Mercis scolded. I see that you've been recuperating at home, but your temper has grown, the Devers said with a reprimanding tone. I'm trapped at home every day. I can't scold my colleagues, so I can only scold my family. Mercis was very calm. You. Mercis' shameless behavior made the Devers shake their heads. When they reached the bedroom, the servant carefully helped Mercis to lie down on the bed. The hardwood bed actually creaked under his weight. At this moment, the Devers saw that Mercis's feet had turned red and black, and they had shrunk. While they were shocked, they also felt a strong sense of sadness, reminding them of Help's pessimistic assessment of Mercis's condition not long ago. After covering himself with a blanket, Mercis chased his wife and servants out, leaving only the Devers, Henoboris, and Marcius in the room. Then Mercis asked, Your Majesty, you've come to visit me today. Is there something important? The Devers gestured for Marcius to close the door, then said softly, I'll tell you a piece of good news, but you must keep it a secret. Mercis saw Marcius's action and nodded solemnly. The kingdom is going to raise taxes on the people, the Devers said, enunciating each word. It should have been done long ago. Mercis became spirited. Then he remembered that he had to keep it a secret, so he lowered his voice and emphasized again. The kingdom should have raised taxes long ago. Diver smiled and briefly explained the reason for the tax increase. He then asked in a serious tone, How much tax do you think we should increase to not only solve the military issue, but also ease the country's financial situation, and at the same time make it affordable for the people? Of course it's 10%. Mercis answered without hesitation. Be serious. The Devers' tone became stern. Mercis was stared at by the Devers' stern gaze and did not dare to say anything else. He thought carefully, then said reluctantly, I think 5% might be more suitable. At the mention of money, Mercis was energized. Not only did he speak more fluently, but his mind had also become more agile. He explained in detail why he had chosen this tax rate. As expected of the man who had been in control of the finances since the establishment of Dionia, Mercis analyzed every aspect of the kingdom in detail as if he was familiar with his family's treasures. Chapter 1076. Devers listened carefully and finally nodded. At the next administrative meeting, what you said will become an important basis for the discussion of tax rates. What's there to discuss? Your Majesty, you might as well just said it, Mercius muttered. Devers did not seem to hear him. Seeing that he was even more dispirited after saying that, he said with concern, Have a good rest. I'll visit you next time. Your Majesty, you won't stay a little longer. The next time you come, I'm afraid you won't be able to see me. Mercius muttered again in a low voice. When Devers heard this, his heart ached. Just as he was about to comfort him, he heard Mercius say softly, Your Majesty, do you remember the first time we met? At that time, you had just invented smoked sausages and temporarily solved the problem of the mercenaries' food storage. After I found out, I immediately went to Menin and asked for you to join my supply team. I still remember that night you told us the story of the treasure. With your help, it was the easiest march I've ever felt in Persia. At that time, I had a vague feeling that you would become an amazing person. So when Menin and you had a conflict, I firmly stood on your side now. It proves how correct my choice was. I'm a bankrupt merchant from Ionia, but I ended up becoming the finance minister of the most powerful kingdom in the Western Mediterranean. I have tens of thousands of wealth in my hands. How lucky I am. I no longer have any regrets. After hearing Merge's words, Devers did not know what to say for a moment. He forced a smile and said, "Actually, you're wrong. Before I was transferred to the supply team, you saw me once. At that time, I was walking to the supply camp and you ran into me. You suspected that I wanted to steal food because I was hungry, and you even had the guards chase me away. There's actually such a thing. I have no impression at all." Merge's eyes widened in shock, and then he laughed. "It's a pity that I only found out now. Otherwise, I would often brag to Antonius and Helos that I'm the only person who has ever reprimanded you, your majesty. I only remembered it now. Otherwise, how could you have lived so easily under me for the past decade?" Devers also laughed and joked. Even Maltius, who was usually serious, smiled. As Henoboris listened to them talk about the past, he could feel the deep camaraderie between them from their laughter. He could not help but feel a little envious and yearning. "Your Majesty," the smile on Merge's face had yet to disappear. He said in a deep voice, "After I die, I want to donate most of my assets to the kingdom." "Oh, a miser like you is willing to do that." Devers teased him with a smile, thinking he was joking. "I'm serious. This is my will. I want to donate 80% of my inheritance to the kingdom, leaving only 20% to support my family." Devers saw Mercy's serious expression and immediately retracted his smile. He asked in a low voice, "Are you really willing?" "I don't have a child. What's there to be unwilling about?" Merge mumbled, a little absent-minded. "The kingdom of Dionia was built by you, your Majesty, through hard work. You can be considered our child." Hearing this, Devers was touched. He sat by the bed and patted Merge's swollen hand. He said emotionally, "On behalf of the kingdom, I thank you for your generosity. Your Majesty, if I donate this money, can you exchange it for a statue of me to be placed in the Pantheon?" What Merge said next stunned Devers, and he laughed involuntarily. This was Merge's true character. Devers wanted to reprimand him first. The right to be placed in the Pantheon was not a commodity that could be bargained for. However, seeing Merge's pale face and hopeful gaze, Devers's heart softened. He said directly, "Even if you don't donate these assets, the great contributions you've made to the kingdom in the past will undoubtedly give you the right to be placed in the Pantheon. Not only that, I'm also preparing to erect a statue of you in front of the finance department so that the officials in the finance department in the future will see you as an example. They must be stingy with every opal in the kingdom. They must not waste, and they must not be corrupted. Thank you, your Majesty. Thank you, your Majesty." At that moment, turbid tears flowed out of Merge's lifeless eyes, walking out of Merge's mansion. Devers could not help but stop and look back. He thought of Cornelis, who had passed away a few years ago, and Merge, who would be going to Élysée at any time. His heart was heavy. The heroes who had built Dionia with him were gradually entering the last years of their lives. As he was thinking, he turned around and saw Marcius standing upright. However, his white beard showed his age. He sighed in his heart. "Marcius, you're getting old too. Your Majesty, I can still easily defeat the young guard. I can still be your guard." Marcius answered firmly. "Good, good." Devers subconsciously stroked his beard, then said to Henoboris, "Do you remember what I said to Merge just now?" Henoboris immediately replied, "I remember. Let Sir Merge be stationed in the Pantheon and erect a statue of him in the finance department. Yes, go back and draft a proposal. We'll discuss it at the next administrative meeting as soon as possible. I'm afraid Merge won't be able to hold on for long." Devers let out a long sigh. These few days a rumor suddenly appeared in Turiae. The Etruscan emissary had asked for help from the kingdom. At the same time, in view of the frequent attacks by the indigenous people at the southern border of Iberia, King Devers was prepared to agree with the minister's proposal to send 1 or 2 legions to the southern border of Iberia and the northern border of Etruria respectively, to build fortresses and defend against the attacks of the indigenous people. According to the Ministry of Military Affairs, every soldier of the Legion would be stationed at the garrison for at least half a year. This news quickly spread throughout the entire city of Turiai and quickly spread to other cities. The officers, soldiers, reserve soldiers, as well as their families and relatives of the various legions discussed this matter every day. After all, they made up a large proportion of the kingdom's population, so this naturally caused huge waves throughout the country. Not long after, another piece of news came out. The defensive fortresses would be built at the front line of the border. There would be no towns or markets around it, only the indigenous people who would constantly come to harass them. For the safety of the soldiers, the garrison troops might not consider giving them holidays. They would let them go to the towns at the back to rest and relax, or even go home to visit their families. As soon as this news came out, the soldiers and citizens of the Legion felt even more uneasy. Many anxious public militias gathered and went to their respective barracks to ask the senior officers stationed in the barracks for detailed information. They also said, "We are not afraid to fight against a powerful enemy, even if it means shedding blood or even sacrificing our lives. But we are afraid of being trapped in the fortress like criminals, without freedom for more than half a year, completely unable to take care of our families." Some radical Turiai citizens even gathered and went to the Senate to ask the senators. They hoped that they could oppose this proposal and not let it pass. Many of the senators were puzzled and asked the presidents in turn, "Is there really such a proposal?" Lucius and the others said in a unified voice, "There was indeed a minister who made this proposal, but His Majesty did not immediately agree to it. He is still carefully considering the matter." While the outside world was in a mess, the Devers sat in the office of the palace. After listening to the investigation report of the whole situation by Aristaeus, he thought for a moment and said, "Now that the water is boiling, we have to put something in first and see if it can cook something good." "Yes, Your Majesty." Aristaeus understood tacitly. "Is there any other news?" "Your Majesty, we have collected the criminal evidence of Servius, Frius, Aulus, these former Rome nobles' attempt to rebel," Aristaeus said as he handed over a stack of records in his hand respectfully. The Devers looked through it carefully and said calmly, "There are quite a lot of people. While the people's attention is focused on the matter of sending the border troops, pass this evidence and the name list to the Turiai Inspection Department and let them be responsible for arresting them." "Yes." Aristaeus hesitated for a moment and then said, "Your Majesty, there is a secret report from Iberia that Hasdrubal and a few members of the Magonid family often gather together, drink, and insult the kingdom." The Devers did not even frown and asked, "Is there any other suspicious situation?" "Not yet. If you have any dissatisfaction, it is better to vent it in person than to look normal on the surface, but secretly plot something," the Devers said disapprovingly. "Continue to observe." "Yes." At this moment, bang, 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 there was a knock on the door. "Come in." As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Aristaeus naturally retreated to a corner. "Your Majesty, Priest Plazines requests an audience." Henoboris walked in and said, "Let him in." Plazines did not come alone. There were two priests behind him, each holding a few wooden boards. "Your Majesty, the selection for the design of the statue has ended. We have brought the works of the winners. Please make the final judgment and choose which design to make the statue. The results are out so soon." The Devers immediately became interested and said, "Put them on the table and let us look at them one by one." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Henoboris stretching his neck to look at them. The Devers then waved to the left and right and said, "You too, come over and take a look. Give us some advice." Henoboris and Aristaeus immediately came over. Chapter 1077. Plazines placed the first plank on the table, and Henopolis immediately exclaimed, "What a mighty god Hades!" On the plank was a drawing of a black-haired, long-bearded Hades. He stood upright with his head held high, his right hand holding a sharp three-pronged pitchfork, and his left hand holding a scale for judging good and evil. He wore a black cloak, his eyes were bright, and his expression was solemn. He was truly awe-inspiring. After all, this was not a painting, but a statue to be cast. There was also a heavy base designed under Hades' feet so that he could stand steadily on the top of the mountain. There was also a number on the upper left corner of the plank. The statue and the base were 14 meters high, 5 meters wide, and the estimated cost of bronze #tons. Statues placed outside the temple naturally could not be made of wood. After all, they were easily damaged by the wind and rain. They were often made with a certain degree of softness. It is indeed a very good design. Divers praised from the bottom of his heart. This is Melicto's design, Plesines added. Devers nodded. He knew that Melictos was a famous sculptor in the kingdom and was now in charge of the casting of the statue in the main temple. Then Devers looked at a few more planks. They were also good works, but the design was roughly the same. Devers rubbed his eyes, feeling a little visually tired. At this time he heard Plesines say, "Your Majesty, there is another design here. Our priests unanimously opposed it, but I think this work is very special, so I would like to ask you to take another look." "Oh, what kind of design caused you to disagree?" Devers was curious. When Plesines placed the plank on the table, everyone's eyes were attracted to it. On the plank, they saw Hades holding a pitchfork in his right hand and a soul about to be punished in his left hand, who was kowtowing and begging for mercy. Hades' left foot was behind and his right foot was in front. His whole body was slightly hunched, and he slightly lowered his head, looking at the soul in his left hand with a look of pity on his face. Under his left foot was the 3-headed dog Cerberus, but it did not look ferocious. Instead, it stretched out its head like a domestic dog and licked Hades' left hand. It was no wonder that the priests did not like this design. The designer made Hades look more like a kind old man, thus lacking the majestic divinity. Even Henoboris and Aristyras, who were present, were surprised by the designer's boldness. After all, King Devers was a descendant of Hades. He was worried that such a bold design would anger the king, and he would be implicated. The atmosphere in the office was both quiet and strange. At this time, Devers asked quietly, "Plesines, why did you insist on leaving this design despite the opposition of the other priests?" "Your Majesty, because I feel a sense of closeness when I see this work. I think if it is erected on the top of the mountain, the believers will also feel a sense of closeness when they see it." After listening to the Devers' question, Plesines had an idea in his heart, so he said, "Truthfully, I remember when you made me the priest of Hades, you said, 'Hades is not cold and gloomy.' It is precisely because he cares about humans that he chose to stick to underworld purgatory. You also warned us, as the priest of Hades, we must care passionately about believers and not be aloof. We must take the initiative to help them solve their difficulties. I think this design is in line with your requirements, Your Majesty." "Well said." Devers praised loudly. "You are worthy of being the scepter priest of Hades." "Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty." Plesines responded calmly. When he was young, he was a radical person who would do anything to achieve his goals. When he first became the priest of Hades, it was not his own will. However, after so many years of studying the Holy Bible, he was influenced by it day and night. His body and mind gradually changed, and he became more humble, easygoing, and compassionate. If such a statue of Hades is erected on the top of the mountain, every citizen of the kingdom who sees it will deeply feel that there is such a benevolent God protecting the kingdom. It will make them feel warm and at ease. At the same time, it will also remind us to always care about our citizens. Devers pressed on the wooden board and said solemnly, "Yes, Your Majesty." Plesines and the 2 priests, Henoboris and Aristyras, all looked solemn. Now they were sure that Devers had chosen this design. Why is there no base in the design of this statue?" Henoboris suddenly discovered a problem. The creator must have neglected this. According to the data indicated on it, It is also 14 meters tall, and its body is leaning forward. If there is no base, it will easily collapse. I specifically asked the creator about this, and he told me that this statue does not need a base. It can stand very steadily. Plazines pointed at the wooden board and explained seriously. He called this a 3-point support. Look, the double thighs and the right foot of Hades that is moving forward act as a fulcrum, and the left foot that is falling behind acts as another fulcrum, whereas the last fulcrum, Henoboris, looked at the drawing on the wooden board and was a little confused. It should be the 3-headed dog. He raised his head and licked Hades' left arm, which is actually connected to the statue as another fulcrum on the left. Moreover, this statue is in a bent posture, which lowers its center of gravity. With a stable support, the statue will be even more stable. The designer's idea is very ingenious. Devers praised. Your Majesty saw the crux of the problem at a glance. I didn't really understand at that time, but fortunately he prepared a small wooden sculpture that was exactly the same as the statue and showed it to me. It is indeed very stable. And look at this, Your Majesty. Plazines pointed at the lower right corner of the wooden board. This is the position. What does this number refer to? Devers looked at it and was a little puzzled. Your Majesty, this is the latest writing method of the Pythagorean school of Tarentum to express the position and angle. According to the designer, the statue should be erected on the edge of the cliff in the southwest direction of the main temple, 68 meters away from the temple. The front of the statue should be 30 degrees from the central axis of the main temple. In this way, after the statue is completed, it will overlook most of the city and be able to reflect the sunlight to the greatest extent during the day, so that ships entering and leaving the Krati estuary can see the flash of the statue. When he said the last sentence, Plazines was a little excited. It seems that the designer is really very attentive and has considered all aspects of the problem. Devers's heart moved, and he asked, "From what you just said, he is from Tarentum? A disciple of the Pythagorean school of Tarentum? What's his name?" "Your Majesty, the designer is called Alexin, a clansman of the former Tarentum consul Archita, and a student of the leader of the Pythagorean school, Lysis. He is only 21 years old." Plazines introduced in detail. How could a mathematician design such an excellent sculpture? This did not surprise everyone in the room because many scholars in this era studied multiple fields of knowledge. Although mathematics and art seemed to have nothing to do with each other, the Pythagorean school had long used mathematics to discover the golden point of sculpture and painting, thus creating their unique aesthetics. This was something that everyone knew. Alexin, Archita. When Devers heard this name that he had not heard for a long time, he was a little absent-minded for a moment. Then he remembered the rude young man that his daughter kept talking about at home, and he could not help but smile. Although he is young, he is able to design such an excellent statue. It can be seen that he is very talented. He can be responsible for the casting of the statue, and you will be responsible for supervising and assisting him in completing it. Yes, Your Majesty. Plazines finally breathed a sigh of relief. The arrest of Servius, Frius, Aulus, and the others by the Turii patrol quickly began. As the people's attention was focused on the matter of the army heading to the border to defend, it didn't cause much of a stir. At the same time, the officers of the Slave Management Office came to the Turris slave camp to reward Maximus, the meritorious person of this incident. When the person in charge of the camp, Icarus, knew about it, he made a request. "Can you wait until the task of providing stones to the main temple is over before announcing this matter? Because Maximus is an excellent slave captain. The team he leads is very efficient in quarrying." The officer only said one sentence. "This is an order personally issued by His Majesty, and it needs to be carried out immediately." Icarus did not dare to say anything more. This morning, after the slaves had breakfast, all of them gathered in the square. The officer of the Slave Management Office announced the order in public. Brutus Maximus was granted freedom. Countless slaves cast envious looks at Maximus, and Maximus was hit by this sudden happiness. For a moment he was in a trance, and a voice repeatedly echoed in his mind, "I am free! I am finally free!" until someone's gaze pierced him like a sharp sword, causing him to suddenly feel pain. Gaius, a compatriot who was once very close to him, now looked at him as if he was looking at an enemy. This was because the order announced by the officer was very clear. Since Maximus bravely exposed the conspiracy of some people from Rome to destroy the order of the kingdom and maintain the stability of the kingdom, I hope that everyone will learn from Maximus. As long as you sincerely protect the kingdom will not ignore your contribution. Maximus, you traitor! Gaius roared angrily and rushed forward, wanting to beat Maximus up. Maximus did not refute, nor did he resist. He allowed Gaius to grab him, but Gaius' fist did not go down because the surrounding slaves hugged him. Chapter 1078. Maximus did not refute, nor did he resist. He allowed Gaius to grab him. However, Gaius's fist did not land on Maximus because the slaves around him hugged him tightly. The small commotion in the square made the slave management officers, who had yet to leave, very unhappy. The person in charge of the slave camp, Icarus, was even angrier. He immediately ordered the soldiers to arrest Gaius. When Gaius was pinned to the ground with his hands behind his back, he was still cursing. The foreman gave him a slap on the face, causing his teeth to fall out and blood to flow. Half of his face was swollen at once. Only then did he mumble incoherently, but he was still glaring at Maximus fiercely. Maximus did not dare to make eye contact with Gaius. He stood motionless. Even when Gaius was taken away, he did not raise his head. The slaves were quickly led to the mine by the foreman. He was the only one left in the huge square. At this time, the person in charge of the slave camp, Icarus, walked over and patted his shoulder. He said sincerely, "You did the right thing. Those stupid people can't see the situation clearly. The kingdom is so powerful. What can their little plot do? It's a joke." Maximus felt that his words were a little harsh. He raised his head and asked, "Sir Icarus, now that I've regained my freedom, can I leave now?" "Of course, you're a free man now. However, you've stayed in the slave camp for so many years and know nothing about the outside world. If you suddenly leave here and live in a city in the kingdom, I'm afraid you won't be able to adapt. If you're not careful, you might violate the laws of the kingdom and affect your future development. It's better to stay in the camp and work as a worker here. After all, you're very familiar with this place and you're well educated. You can even write Deorian. You can definitely become a manager here. This will also help you become a citizen of Dionia earlier. While you're working for the camp, you can slowly familiarize yourself with the city of Turii and our kingdom." The reason why Icarus said these words to keep Maximus was that after receiving the order from the slave management office, he had specially sent someone to understand this Roman slave who had been pardoned. After learning that Maximus had outstanding abilities, he had the thought of cherishing talent and wanted to add a capable subordinate to his camp. "Thank you, Lord Icarus, for thinking so highly of me. I will consider it carefully." Although Maximus admitted that what Icarus said made sense, he didn't want to stay in this place any longer, so his words were a little perfunctory. Icarus could see it too. He still had a smile on his face as he patted Maximus on the shoulder and said, "Go back and think about it. Even if you don't have this plan now, my words will still be valid for a year. By the way, you can now go to the camp management office to register and receive your slave emancipation bronze plate." Because of the great publicity surrounding his pardon, he was able to complete the formalities quickly. Even the rent he had not paid was waived by the clerk, who said, "This is a special notice from the slave office. Thank the merciful king of Devers." Maximus finally got the bronze token that all slaves dreamed of. The bronze token was rectangular and only the size of an index finger. The word freedom was engraved in the middle and there was a number on top. The bronze token was very simple to make and it seemed easy to imitate it. However, in reality, this bronze token was only a proof of identity. It was for the inspection team to see. The real important thing was that his name was removed from the kingdom's slave office. Whether it was public or private, as long as a slave was purchased or added, they had to register with the kingdom's slave office. They had to record the slave's appearance and characteristics, give him a fixed number, and brand it on the slave's buttocks. On the one hand, the slave office would check on the slave's living conditions every year according to the name list. If they found that the slave might have been abused or destroyed, the court would come looking for them. On the other hand, if the slave escaped, the slave office would provide the escaped slave's information to the inspection team in each town to capture him. Once he was caught, not only would he suffer a terrible fate, but he would also never have the chance to regain his freedom. After Maximus' name was removed from the slave register, it meant that he was already a free man. Maximus carefully placed the bronze token on his chest and strode back to his home. When his 2 children came out to welcome him happily, the heavy guilt in his heart suddenly disappeared. I didn't do anything wrong. My children shouldn't be trapped in this cage. They should be like other children, happily studying in the school of Dionia. Maximus, you must have sneaked back from the mine. What should we do? Go back. Go and apologize to them. His wife, Fulvia, was panicking. She had misunderstood her husband's appearance at home at this time. Fulvia, we're free, Maximus said excitedly to her as he held the child in his arms. What did you say? I'm saying that I'm a free man. This is the bronze token I obtained. Maximus handed the bronze token to his wife. Fulvia looked at the bronze plate carefully a few times, still unable to believe it. Is it real? Of course it's true. We can leave this place now. Let's leave now, Maximus said with a firm expression. Fulvia did not respond. She held the bronze token tightly in one hand and covered her face with the other. Hot tears flowed down her fingers. Mom, why are you crying? The 2 children tugged at Fulvia's clothes with concern. Maximus walked forward and hugged his wife tightly. He said in a deep voice, Fulvia, from now on, we're no longer slaves. The children will no longer be slaves. We'll have a better life. Yes. Yes. Fulvia choked with sobs as she nodded repeatedly. Maximus had not accumulated any valuable belongings in the slave camp over the past few years. The family quickly packed their bags and walked towards the camp gate. Seeing the heavily armed guards standing guard at the entrance of the camp, Fulvia and the children subconsciously hid behind Maximus. However, not only did the guards not stop them, they even congratulated Maximus. It seemed that the news of him being pardoned had spread throughout the camp and he had become a celebrity in the slave camp. Walking out of the camp, Maximus took a deep breath of fresh air. Before he could savor the smell, he saw a person walking towards him. His heart sank. Congratulations, Maximus, the man said loudly with a smile on his face. He was a completely different person from the sinister and ruthless expression he had when he interrogated him in the camp. Maximus braced himself and said, Thank you for your help, sir. It has nothing to do with me. It's all because of His Majesty's kindness, the man said seriously. He then asked, Now that you're a free man, what are your plans? I'll first go to the Turii registry to apply to become a citizen of Dionia. Then I'll find a job to support my family. Maximus did not know why the man asked this question, so he answered carefully. This is indeed the most common method of survival for freed slaves, but the situation has changed now. The man's lips curled up slightly as he spat out. Maximus' heart skipped a beat. He was about to ask, What situation has changed? However, the man said, Are you interested in working for us? Our intelligence department is directly under His Majesty's jurisdiction. Not only is the salary high, but it's also easy for you to make contributions. You'll become a citizen of Dionia in a shorter time. Maximus did not really understand the political system of Dionia. However, he could roughly guess what they did from the literal meaning of the word, intelligence department, and his previous experience. He was very conflicted about it. Being called a traitor by his own people was enough to break his heart once in his life. He did not want to experience it a second time. "I'm sorry, I just want to live a normal life," Maximus said calmly. The man seemed to have expected his answer. He did not show any dissatisfaction. He shrugged and said, "All right, I hope everything goes well for you. This is our reward for you, and also a little token of our appreciation." The man took out a heavy pouch of money and handed it to Maximus. The word reward stung him. He instinctively wanted to reject it. "Take it. You'll soon know that it's not easy to live in Turiae." "You can't live without money," the man said seriously as he looked at the two children behind him. Maximus hesitated. He then felt his wife squeezing his arm tightly. Yes, he had spent all his hard-earned salary on learning the language of Dionia. He did not have much savings. He lowered his head and took the pouch of money. He was a little ashamed as he said softly, "Thank you. If you change your mind one day, you can look for me at the White House next to the inspection office in the outskirts of Western City. If anyone stops you, tell them that Tratus asked you to come." Maximus nodded, indicating that he heard it. However, he did not respond. He held the two children, brought his wife, and walked towards the east with a bag on his back. "Boss, it's fine if he doesn't want to. He's just a bait anyway. Even if he doesn't cooperate, as long as we keep a close eye on him, we can continue to capture those accomplices who want to take revenge on him and avenge Servius and the old aristocrats of Rome. The number of Rome's citizens in Turiae is increasing. However, we now lack people who can truly understand them and gain their trust. Moreover, I've checked Maximus' past. He's also very capable." Tratus looked at the backs of Maximus' family as they walked away. A playful smile appeared on his face. "When he hits a wall, maybe we still have a chance." Chapter 10:79. Maximus and his family were on their way to Turiae. Apart from Maximus himself, who had been sent by the slave camp to work in the city's private workshops several times, Fulvia and the two children had never visited the largest city in the western Mediterranean, even though they had been living in the slave camp not far from Turiae for several years. Just the road leading to the city under their feet made them happy. It was flat and wide, and there were deep drains on both sides of the road, as well as neatly arranged trees further away from the drains. There was also a row of white stone tablets under the trees. The two children who had walked out of the cage were curious about all this. They shouted and chased each other on the sidewalk. When they were tired, they would sit on a wooden bench by the side of the road to rest for a while. Then they would curiously touch the white stone tablet engraved with the three-headed dog statue at the top. Every time this happened, Maximus would rush over and warn them to stay away from the stone tablet, because it was the tombstone of the Turiae citizens of Dionia who had died in the war. No one was allowed to desecrate it. When Maximus first entered the city, he heard that the names of the soldiers of Dionia who had died in the war would be enshrined in the temple for people to pay homage to. Their tombstones were erected on both sides of the road out of the wishes of their families and citizens. They hoped that passers-by could understand their heroic deeds and feel that today's life was not easy to come by. At the same time, they could also deter outsiders who had ill intentions. It was said that this practice originated from Turiae and had now been imitated by all the towns in the kingdom. Maximus could not help but sigh. Dionia had given the citizens who had died in the war such a noble treatment. How could they not let the citizens who were still alive continue to fight without fear of death? Therefore, it was not a fluke that Dionia was able to destroy Rome. When the children were excited and playing, it was easy for them to forget. When the two of them were tired and sat on the stone tablet, they were caught by the patrol. Not only did they reprimand them, but they were also fined 10 opal and had to verify Maximus' identity. After learning that Maximus was a freed slave, the patrol specially told him some of the laws that should be followed in the city of Turiae and warned him not to violate them. The two children were obviously frightened. and from then on, they followed their parents closely. As they got closer to the city of Turiai, there were more and more pedestrians on the road. The fields on both sides of the road were gradually replaced by more and more houses, standing in the bustling stream of people, not only his wife and children, but also Maxim himself became a bit scared. Looking at the numerous people and houses in front of him, he couldn't even see the shadow of the inner city wall. He couldn't help but wonder, what a huge city this is. Can I really stand firm here? Maximus, who had imagined how he would live in Tulii City countless times, felt his own insignificance when he stood in front of this giant city. However, he became strong again as he leaned close to his wife and son. Like other people who entered the city, he moved forward with the crowd with the expectation of a better life. Half an hour later, they stood in front of the statue of Hermes. Maximus wiped his sweat and said, "The outskirts of Tulii are right in front." Fulvia's eyes widened. "We've been walking for so long, but we still haven't entered the city of Turiai." Fulvia grew up in Rome. She felt that Rome, with a population of more than 100,000, was already a huge city, but it was nothing compared to the city in front of her. Although she was also born into a noble family in Rome, she was also a traditional woman in Rome. Usually, she raised her children, took care of the house, and other things were decided by her husband. At this moment, she had no idea what to do. She asked in a panic, "Maximus, where are we going?" Maximus had asked the freedmen and citizens about this many times when he was in the slave camp. He already had a set of plans after he obtained his freedom. Compared to the reality that some of his compatriots were still unwilling to admit, he had a clear understanding through various channels. Dionia had already ruled most of the Italian peninsula. If his family still wanted to survive in this familiar land, they could only live in the territory of the kingdom of Dionia. If they wanted a better life, of course, they had to become citizens of Dionia as soon as possible. Therefore, to him, the first thing he had to do after becoming a freed slave was to apply for and register as a citizen of Dionia. Therefore, Maximus gathered his courage and asked a patrol team that was patrolling. The patrol team was more enthusiastic and told him the location of the nearest patrol station. After entering the outer city, the first feeling that Maximus and his family had was that they could walk more freely. Pedestrians could walk on the main road in the middle. As long as they did not deliberately block the traffic, the patrol team would not bother them. This was because there were many shops on both sides of the road. Furniture shops, ironware shops, cloth shops, pottery shops, cookware shops, medicine shops, butcher shops, fruit stalls, vegetable stalls, bakeries. There were also some shops that did not exist in Rome or even other city-states. For example, the underwear shop, which belonged to the Kristoia Chamber of Commerce, had guards at the door. Only women were allowed to enter, and most of them were women in gorgeous clothes. The learning tool shop was a shop that specialized in selling school equipment. Maximus also took a closer look. The dazzling variety of learning tools were not only exquisitely made, but the price was also considered cheap. If it weren't for the fact that he had not yet decided on a place to live, he would have bought some for his children. It was a sports equipment store. Most of the products were football equipment. The two children, curiously, looked at the football player statues made of various materials placed on the shelves. The shop assistant took the opportunity to promote to Maximus, "If you want to buy it, I recommend you to buy this. This is the statue of our great king's third son, Prince Bryant's. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's only 16 years old. He's already played 3 times in our Tulii rugby matches and scored a touchdown. He's very popular among the kids." The king's son also participated in football matches. Although Maximus was curious, he did not have the urge to buy it. The medical equipment shop sold more professional items. There were surgical instruments for doctors, tools for treating bone fractures, tools for treating external injuries, and so on. It was very complete. Maximus could not help but exclaim, "No wonder the doctor in the clinic in the slave camp once proudly declared that the medical skills of Dionia are the best in the entire Mediterranean Sea." The bathing equipment shops sold all kinds of wooden bathtubs, stone bathtubs, bath herbs, spices, shavers, bath towels, lubricants, algae mud masks, and so on. There was a dazzling array of everything. It was enough to show the love of the people of Dionia for bathing. There was even a flower shop here. Some of the flowers that could be seen everywhere in the mountains of Rome, like weeds, were placed in clay pots and placed on the shelves. Although the prices were very low, there were many people who came to buy them. This surprised Fulvia. The habit of the people of Turin to plant flowers and plants originated from the inner city. When the city of Turin was rebuilt in order to make the entire city beautiful and pleasing to the eye, the Devers had suggested that every family plant flowers and plants in their own courtyards. They had even asked helps to lead the doctors to spread the word that planting flowers and plants could make the air fresh and beneficial to one's health. After the expansion of the city, the concept of planting flowers and plants had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. However, many people in the outer city did not have spacious houses like the people in the inner city. Some people even lived in very narrow houses. However, they would plant flowers and plants in special pots and place them on the balcony or indoors to please themselves and others. Later on, many people were too busy to pick flowers and plants in the wild, so the flower shop came into being. Although Maximus had been to the city of Turin a few times, he had always been in a hurry under the supervision of his employer. He did not have time to stroll around slowly. Today he had just regained his freedom. Although he still had something on his mind, he was still attracted by the rows of shops on both sides of the street. When he turned around, he realized that his wife and son were not by his side. He was shocked and hurriedly looked for them. Soon he saw the two children jumping on a row of small stones in the middle of the road in front of him. His wife was trying her best to persuade them to come back. Maximus had to rush over to stop the two naughty children from playing. "Dad, these small stones are fun." The 5-year-old son was pulled by Maximus. He was excited and wanted to jump on them again. "Dad, why did the people of Dionia put so many stone blocks on the road? Won't they trip people easily?" The 7-year-old son asked curiously. Maximus looked at the small square stone blocks that were arranged from one side of the road to the other. They were firmly welded to the road by cement. The stone blocks were 1/2 meter apart. He could not help but feel a little emotional. He explained to the children patiently, "This is called a speed limit stone. Look, because there are many shops on the side of the road, many people are buying things, so some people have to walk on this road. However, look, there are many carriages and pack animals on this road. If they run too fast, they will easily knock people down, right?" The two children nodded. "Then how can we stop them from knocking people down?" Maximus asked patiently. "Don't let the carriages into the city," the 5-year-old son answered. "Those scary uncles," referring to the patrol team, "don't allow the carriages to speed up." This was the eldest son's answer. Chapter 1080. As Maximus spoke, he sighed in his heart. Even a small traffic problem was considered so thoroughly. From this, it could be seen that Dionia's officials were very thorough and meticulous in their management of the city. It was no wonder that such a large city could be managed in such an orderly manner. This fully demonstrated the strength and prosperity of the kingdom of Dionia. The former Rome could not be compared to this at all. This made Maximus even more eager to become a citizen of Dionia. He brought his family and quickened their pace. After walking a few blocks and asking a few passers-by, they finally found the household registration office. The household registration office, the inspection office, the tax office, the fire department, the district court, and other public departments were all located on the same street. However, compared to the other departments, the household registration office was obviously much larger. This was because the number of people who came to the household registration office was obviously more than the other departments. Today, the hall inside the building was probably already filled with people, and there were even many people crowding outside the door. Thus, Maximus let his wife and children wait at the side while he rushed over alone. When he got closer, he heard the heated discussions of the people. Only then did Maximus know that the reason everyone was gathered here was because yesterday, all of the household registration offices in Turiai City had posted a notice, temporarily suspending the processing of applications for Dionia citizenship. When it would resume was to be notified, Maximus came in a hurry, but was suddenly splashed with a bucket of cold water. His heart was unbearably stifled. Presumably, the other free people were also like this. They were lingering in front of the door, unwilling to leave. On one hand, they were talking to each other, venting their dissatisfaction. On the other hand, they were hoping that there would be a turn for the better. However, no one dared to make a scene or even cause a riot. Not only was there a row of fully armed patrol officers standing in front of the door, but also because they were afraid of leaving a criminal record that would affect the smooth process of becoming an official citizen in the future. Maximus squeezed into the crowd, listening to them speculate about the reason for the suspension of the application. It must be known that this was not the first time. Before the war in the Western Mediterranean, the Kingdom of Dionia had also implemented this measure because they did not have much land left. Therefore, a few people guessed that this was the same reason. However, even more people refuted this because after the war in the Western Mediterranean, the Kingdom of Dionia had obtained a large amount of land. Until now, there was still a lot of unused land waiting for people to develop. When someone thought of a possible reason, someone immediately refuted it, leading to endless arguments in front of the household registration office. But when someone put forward an idea, no one dared to refute it. He suspected that Hades had sent an oracle to the king of the Devers, and that was why today's incident happened. This bizarre idea was actually echoed by some people. They proposed to go to the temple of Hades to pray and ask the great god to retract his order. Maximus listened for a while and felt that they were just making wild guesses without any evidence, but made sense. These freedmen who came to apply were all newcomers and had no foundation in the kingdom. How could they get reliable insider information? Maximus gradually calmed down. He looked back at his wife and children who were waiting for him at the corner of the street. Since he couldn't get the application now, he should find a place to settle down first. Maximus squeezed his way to the entrance of the household registration office. The patrolman guarding the door immediately asked him what he was doing. "To rent a house," replied Maximus. The patrolman looked at him from head to toe and let him in. Maximus had already asked the workers in the slave camp. If he wanted to rent a house, he didn't have to go door to door in Turiai City. Most of the rental information was gathered in the household registration office in each city district. Maximus walked into the household registration office. In front of him was a spacious hall. There were already many people queuing up in front of the counters. Of course, the household registration office wasn't just for freedmen to become citizens. It also had many other things to do. For example, registering the criminal records of the people of the kingdom was mainly provided by the patrolmen and the courts. Registering the meritorious deeds of the people of the kingdom. Large-scale meritorious deeds such as war, large-scale public works. Of course, this was provided by the department. But for some individual meritorious deeds, they had to bring the department's certificate to register. If they were found to be fraudulent, the punishment would be severe. There was also the registration of changes in the household registration of the people of the kingdom. When a citizen of the kingdom moved from one town to another, or from one city district to another, they had to register at the new district's household registration office. All the information related to their household registration would be transferred later, but this process was very complicated and took a long time. It was also easy to lose some information and cause losses, so under normal circumstances, the people of the kingdom wouldn't change their household registration so easily. Of course, this was with the exception of freedmen who didn't apply for citizenship. They moved around a lot, but they still had to move to a place to register. This was for the convenience of management. Otherwise, if the patrolmen found out that they didn't register, they would very likely be expelled. The household registration office was the most important place that anyone who lived in the kingdom would have to deal with. Of course, the household registration office was also the most burdensome of the departments. It was better for small towns, but for a large city like Turiai with a population of hundreds of thousands, the people in the household registration office were very busy every day. Thus, the number of people in the household registration office was also the largest in the kingdom. The reason why the household registration office took up so much space was because more than half of its space was used to store the information of the citizens. The unique household registration system of the Kingdom of Dionia created two important problems. First, it required a large number of people who knew how to write records. This might be a big problem for other city-states, but Dionia had been promoting school education for almost 20 years, and the people it had cultivated were more than enough to meet the needs. Second, it required a large amount of writing materials. Because Egypt and Dionia were allied, most of the papyrus produced in Egypt was sold to the Kingdom of Dionia, and the price increased year after year. This not only made the household registration office somewhat unable to bear, but even the Ministry of Finance was constantly complaining. This was because not only did the household registration office consume a large amount of papyrus, but also the Ministry of Commerce, hospitals, schools, and even the Ministry of Finance were large consumers. The entire Kingdom of Dionia was a country built on the collection of information, records, and statistics. This predicament finally forced the Devers to put aside their inner conflicts and resolve to make convenient and practical paper. He told his wife, Christoia, some of the processes of the village's papermaking workshop that he had learned about when he was a village official in his previous life. She arranged for her subordinates to be in charge of research and development, and now there was already some progress. The walls of the household registration office's hall were painted black, and at first glance, it made people feel depressed. However, this was definitely not because the household registration office wanted to curry favor with Hades and create a hell-like environment. Instead, it was because they could use white pen to write the information they wanted to release on the black walls. For example, the notice, temporarily suspending the application of freedmen, was written in very large and eye-catching words on the front wall. There were also messages such as a certain citizen's meritorious service has been confirmed, and so on. These announcements were written neatly and clearly on each wall, and they were usually kept for 2 or 3 days. After the people who had come to register saw these announcements, they did not need to line up to ask questions anymore, and this also saved a lot of time for the staff to answer. Of course, some announcements were made here so that others who understood the situation could raise objections after seeing them, making it easier to investigate. Like the others, Maximus raised his head to look at the wall. After a while, he felt his neck ache, but he still did not see the rental information. He had to ask the patrol at the door, and only then did he know that the small room next to the hall was the rental. After thanking him, he hurried over. Compared to the bustling hall, this place was much quieter. Other than the staff sitting behind the wooden counter, there was no one else. Seeing Maximus come in, the staff asked rather warmly, "Are you here to rent a room?" Maximus nodded. "Have you applied for citizenship, or have you not? Or are you already a probationary citizen?" "Originally, I was going to apply, but now it has been stopped." When the staff heard this, not only did he not become cold, but he also became more enthusiastic. He pointed to the opposite wall and said, "You have not applied, so you cannot enjoy the rental provided by the kingdom. You can only rent a private room. The information for private rooms is written on the opposite wall. You can choose for yourself." Since the establishment of Dionia, Turkestan had developed rapidly, and the population had expanded rapidly. The rental market had always been very hot, but it had always been the private sector that enjoyed the benefits. Later, the Minister of Commerce, Marigi, made a suggestion. When the kingdom's cities and towns, including Turkestan, were first planned, there were a lot of empty spaces in the inner and outer city. Instead of leaving them empty, it would be better to first build a large number of temporary residences on these empty spaces and rent them out at a price that was slightly lower than the market price. This was both a benefit for those who temporarily did not have land and a bit of income for the kingdom's treasury. Since land was readily available, free labor was available, and the kingdom had abundant stone mines and endless volcanic ash accumulated by the two volcanoes, it would not cost much to build a large number of public rental houses. Thus, this suggestion was accepted by the Devers and was quickly carried out by the Ministry of Construction. Considering that the people who needed to rent houses were mainly outsiders, free citizens, and probationary citizens, and that the place they most often went to was the Household Registration Office, the Ministry of Household Registration was put in charge of the public rental houses. This was a bit of compensation from the Devers to this busy department. The Ministry of Household Registration handed over most of the rental income to the kingdom's treasury and kept a small portion for their own use, so that they could hire temporary workers when they were lacking in manpower. Although the kingdom left some leeway for private rentals, the appearance of public rentals was still a huge blow to private rentals. In the past, private rentals were too expensive, the facilities were not good, and the service was not good enough. This caused many outsiders to rather stay in the cities' inns first, and then immediately apply for public rentals once their applications were approved. Even though private rentals had improved, the situation was still not good. Chapter 1081. Later, some smart private homeowners went to the Household Registration Department to discuss and finally reached an agreement. These homeowners could post their rental information on the Household Registration Department, and the Household Registration Department would recommend them. However, the price would be regulated by the Ministry of Commerce, and they would have to pay taxes on time. At the same time, they would be subject to the supervision of the construction department. Although the homeowners had to pay a certain price, with the endorsement of the kingdom's public department, they were naturally favored by those in need. In the end, other homeowners had no choice but to join in. Otherwise, there would be no business. Thus, the chaotic rental market in the kingdom gradually became more standardized. Of course, the job of recommending public rental and private rental was a lucrative one, especially in Turin. It was inevitable that there would be corruption and bribery. Many times they were reported by the protector of the Devers, which infuriated them. They ordered the Minister of Supervision, Sesta, to personally investigate and arrest a group of household registration officials. Only then did they suppress the evil. Until now, this area was still the target of the protector of the kingdom. The reason why the Household Registration Department staff was happy to see that someone wanted to rent a private house was that once the rental was successful, some homeowners would express their gratitude to him. For example, they would treat him to a meal, give him a basket of fruits, and so on. Since it was too insignificant, the supervisory department would not bother with it. The Household Registration Department staff recommended a better private rental house to him, but Maximus turned a deaf ear to it. After all, he was literate, and he already had his own requirements for the rental house. First, the house had to be large enough because he had a family of 4. Second, the rent had to be cheap because he did not have enough savings. He planned to spend most of his money on his children's studies in the future. According to his understanding, it would take him at least 5 to 6 years to become a citizen of Dionia. During this period, his children would not be eligible to study in Dionia schools. They could only go to private schools. Although the tuition was expensive and the quality was not as good, he could not let his children waste their time. Maximus finished reading the densely packed rental information on the wall. He roughly locked on to 5 or 6 targets. He then took out 10 ochre and bought a small piece of papyrus. A piece of papyrus cost less than 10 ochre, but it included the service fee of the Household Registration Department. He copied down the address on the paper, thanked the Household Registration Department staff, and left the Household Registration Department with his family to find the homeowner according to the address on the paper. The first homeowner he found was a widow. Her husband was a soldier of the First Legion, but he died in battle in Latin. She did not remarry and lived alone with 3 children, relying on the 30 acres of land left by her husband on the Sabari plain. She let her slaves work the land while she rented out the house. She lived a good life. However, when she saw that the homeowner was from Rome, She immediately refused to rent out. She resented that because her husband had died under the spear of the Roman, Maximus had no choice but to leave. The second homeowner he found was a disabled man. He was a soldier of the 2nd Legion and had been seriously injured in the war with the Rome. Both of his legs were amputated. He could tell that Maximus was from Rome at first glance. He did not even give Maximus a chance to speak before he chased him out of the house. Maximus had been to the city of Turin a few times before, but he always entered in a hurry and returned after finishing his work. He did not have the chance to interact with the Turin residents like he did today. This time he deeply experienced the impact of the war on the Turin. Many of them might not have a good impression of the Rome people. It made Maximus even more vigilant. He finally found the third homeowner. It was a middle-aged man. Maximus could tell that his left leg was disabled from the awkward way he walked. He had a bad feeling about this. As expected, the middle-aged man said as soon as he saw Maximus, "You must be from Rome." Maximus' heart skipped a beat, but he had to tell the truth. "Yes, I'm from Rome. I've just regained my freedom and am preparing to live in Turin. That's why I want to rent your house." The homeowner did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at Maximus and continued with a sigh. Although many people think that the Rome people and the Latin people are the same race and look the same, it's hard to tell them apart. But in fact, the Rome people are very different from the Latin people. They are more confident and imposing. 5 years ago, I was still the captain of the 1st Legion. I participated in that large-scale war and fought with many races. In my memory, the battle with the Rome people was the most difficult one. It was much more difficult than the battle with the Carthage people. Among them, the defensive battle with Ostia is still unforgettable. I still remember that the Rome army launched an all-out attack on Ostia. We managed to repel one wave, but another wave came. We fought until late at night. The soldiers were so tired that they couldn't stand up. When they saw the corpses of the Rome people lying on the ground, many people thought that you had suffered heavy casualties and would rest and not attack again the next day. Who knew that when the next day came, you would blow the bugle to attack and attack for 3 days in a row? My left leg was injured at that time. I saw some familiar comrades die in the battle. At that time, I really thought that I would follow them to infernal purgatory. I didn't expect that His Majesty would order us to retreat and burn Ostia. At that time, many people in our legion were very unwilling. Since the establishment of the 1st Legion, it was the first time that we retreated in the face of an enemy attack. Although it was His Majesty's order, we have to admit that if we insisted on defending, the 1st Legion would probably suffer heavy casualties. Hearing the homeowner's sigh, Maximus was silent for a long time before he said in a low voice, "At that time I was the squadron leader in the team that attacked the city. It was the battle that destroyed our confidence which led to our final defeat. Fortunately, we all belong to the same kingdom now. There will be no more war." The homeowner comforted him and then said, "You are here to rent a house, right? That's not a problem. How much do you want to rent?" Maximus originally thought that this family had no chance, but the homeowner's word surprised him. He immediately said, "I hope to rent a room in the building near Asinu, Amla Arena, for 8 drachmas a month." The homeowner was about to speak, but the servant standing at the side whispered something in his ear. He was slightly surprised and asked, "You are living with your wife and 2 children?" Maximus nodded. "They are waiting outside the door." The homeowner thought for a while and said, "The house on the top floor is cheaper and larger, but it is made of wood and is located at a high place. It can't block the wind at night and will be colder, especially in winter. Your children are still young, so they might get sick easily. How about this? It's still the same building. There is an empty room on the 3rd floor that hasn't been rented out yet. The area is not small. The original rent is 25 drachmas. I can rent it to you for only 13 drachmas a month. What do you think?" Maximus was surprised, but he did not accept it immediately. Instead, he asked cautiously, "May I ask why you would give such a great benefit to a stranger?" The homeowner was not displeased by his hesitation. Instead, he said seriously, "Because you are from Rome, and you are from Rome who has fought against us. Your bravery has won my respect. You came to ask for my help, but you bravely admitted that you used to be my enemy. This kind of honesty makes me feel more at ease." Also, the owner of the house looked at him carefully and then said with certainty, "You should have been serving in the slave camp. Logically speaking, it's impossible for you to gain your freedom before the celebration of Hades. But you did it. You must have performed very well, and that's why you were pardoned. Although I lost some money, I think it is worth it to get to know a person from Rome who is worth befriending." The homeowner's words were honest. Maximus was moved. He solemnly bowed and said, "Thank you for your trust. I am willing to rent the room on the 3rd floor. My name is Maximus. I am Brutus Maximus Nisidames. I am now the chief of the village to the south of the slave camp. Nice to meet you." The homeowner also returned the greetings seriously. Maximus was not a little dissatisfied because the homeowner only said his name. As far as he knew, many citizens of Dionia were born as refugees or slaves. Now that they had become the first citizens of the kingdom of Dionia, they did not want to take the name of their lowly father as their surname. Instead, they wanted to use their name as the surname of their descendants. Therefore, they still maintained the name without the surname, which was approved by the king of Devers. Nisidamas asked his servant to bring Maximus and his family to the rental building. The building was located not far to the north of the Asinu Amara Arena, just beside the main street. It was bustling with traffic and was very prosperous, which also caused the rent of the housing here to soar. This rental building was the most common building in the outskirts of Turin. It was first designed by the engineers of the Ministry of Construction for public rental housing. Since it could maximize the use of space and provide more housing, it could also take care of business and safety. Soon, it became popular in the densely populated outskirts of Turin. The main body of the building was made of stone. It was about 13 meters high and had a total of 5 floors. The bottom floor was used for shops and offices, and the upper 4 floors were for housing. The roof could be used for storage. Of course, in order to make more money, private owners often built wooden attics on the roof. The center of the building was an open space, which could ensure that both sides of the floor were exposed to sunlight and air circulation. Maximus followed the servant into the building. At first glance, he saw a square pool in the open space in the center of the building. Clear water was gushing out from the mouth of a statue of a Greek god, Poseidon. In the middle of the pool was another statue of a Greek god. He was very familiar with this one, Hades, the patron of the kingdom of Dionia. Chapter 1082. In fact, according to the Greeks, it wasn't Hades's job to be in charge of rivers and springs. However, ever since Hades performed a miracle at the Turi spring and resurrected Poseidon, the people of Dionia gradually thought that Hades was the true protector of the springs and drinking water. Poseidon had become his assistant instead. At this time, there were a few women carrying earthen jars by the pool, chatting as they filled the water. The children were playing around the pool and the stone pillars around it. 2 of Maximus's children were eager to join in, but Fulvia stopped them. Although Maximus was surprised and confused about how the water came out of the pool, he didn't ask. Instead, he followed the servant up the stairs to the 3rd floor, along the slightly dark corridor, and arrived at the room for rent. They met a few tenants along the way, and they all greeted the servant humbly. Obviously, the owner of the house usually let the servant take care of the entire rental building. Although the room was simple, with only a bed, a table, and a few chairs, it was clean and spacious, and the lighting was good. It was much better than the house he lived in the slave camp, so Maximus immediately decided to rent it. After putting the package in the room, he followed the servant to the tax office and signed the rental agreement. It was already dusk when they finally settled the matter of renting the house. Both Maximus and his wife were a little hungry, and the 2 children were no longer in the mood to play. Therefore, Maximus decided to bring his family to eat and fill their stomachs. There were many restaurants near the place they were renting. Among them, Kristoya's was the most famous. It was full early and there were still people queuing outside. However, considering the price, Maximus finally chose to eat in a street pub that was cheaper. This kind of street pub usually only had a ring-shaped counter, and there were many round holes in the stone counter. Open wine, beer, and clay jars were placed in these holes. At the end of the counter, there would be a shrine inlaid on the stone wall, but it wasn't usually for Hades. Instead, it was for the Greek god of wine, Dionysus. When Maximus and his family walked into the tavern on the street, there were already some customers in the tavern, making the small tavern seem a little crowded. The cook in the middle of the counter saw them and immediately asked with a smile, "What would you like to eat and drink? Do you have anything to fill your stomach?" Maximus asked as he looked at the bottles and jars on the counter. "Bread, cheese, vegetables, nuts, and olives. We can provide them to you right away. Of course, if you need some hot soup, we can also cook mutton and beef soup, wheat porridge, and bean porridge on the spot, but that will take some time." The kitchen maid looked at Maximus' family and estimated their needs. She said fluently, "Of course, the most important thing here is that we can provide you with all kinds of wine and beer produced by the kingdom, and the price is relatively low. Give me 4 pieces of bread for slices of cheese, 2 bowls of oatmeal, and a big bowl of haggis soup," Maximus said after thinking for a while. "Don't you want a drink?" The kitchen maid tried her best to persuade them. "Looks like you've walked a long way. You must be tired and thirsty. Why don't you have a glass of beer to moisten your throat and relieve your fatigue?" Maximus wasn't someone who could be easily persuaded, but when he saw the customers holding glasses and talking loudly at the counter, he suddenly changed his mind. "I'll have a glass of beer." "What kind of beer do you want?" The kitchen maid pointed at a round hole on the counter and said enthusiastically, "I recommend Kristoya beer. It's made by the brewery under Princess Kristoya. They invented the beer of Dionia, so their beer is the most authentic, best to drink, and very refreshing. It's very popular among the people of the kingdom. Because of the high demand, most of the production is bought and stored by those damn rich merchants and officials to entertain guests at banquets. There aren't many on the market. Our pub got some because of special connections. Although it's a little expensive, it's very rare." Although Maximus was a little tempted by her words, he still suppressed his desire and said, "Just give me a glass of ordinary beer." Although the kitchen maid failed to persuade him, she didn't show any disappointment. She smiled and said to him, "Okay, then 1 loaf of bread is 5 opal, for loaves of bread is 20 opal. That's a total of 67 opal, which is equivalent to 9 drachma and 3 opal. Pay up first. I'll prepare your food immediately." Well, the price of this dinner was close to a month's rent. If it was in the past, Maximus wouldn't care about such a small amount of money, but more than 3 years as a slave had taught him the hardships of life. He took a deep breath and counted out 10 drachmas and 4 opal from his money bag. The kitchen maid looked at the crowd and shouted, "Hey, there's a child who wants to eat. Everyone, please give up your seats." With her sharp voice, someone really stood up from the bench against the wall. Fulvia hurriedly squeezed over with the children, thanked the diners, and sat down. Maximus, on the other hand, stood by the counter. After a while, the kitchen maid put the bread and cheese he ordered into a small wooden basket and handed it over. Maximus felt that the bread was still warm, and he couldn't help but secretly nod at the pub's thoughtfulness. The kitchen maid opened a wooden lid and used a slender wooden spoon to reach into the clay pot in the stone pit. She scooped up the beer, poured a full cup, and handed it to Maximus. As for the oatmeal and mutton soup, they still needed time to boil. Maximus took the beer and drank a mouthful first. He immediately felt his dry throat moisten. In fact, there was no beer in Rome in the past. Maximus started to like drinking this cheap and worry-relieving drink in the slave camp. The family sat in a corner and began to eat. Maximus chewed on the bread while carefully listening to the diners' conversation. "Hey, have you heard? It said that the kingdom is preparing to send troops to the southern Iberia and northern Etruria to build a fortress defense might be cancelled. You're wrong. It's impossible to cancel it. If the kingdom doesn't send troops to the border for defense, then the looting of the barbarians in the mountains will not be stopped. They will only become stronger and more rampant. They might even launch an attack on the kingdom's border territory. Isn't that just right for the kingdom to launch a war and destroy these barbarians? Maybe we can also get some military merits and become citizens sooner. I heard that the kingdom is not going to launch a big war in the next few years because the last war only happened a few years ago. The consumption is too great, and they have not recovered yet. You're right, but that's not the only reason. It is said that whether it is northern Etruria or southern Iberia, there are mountains everywhere and the terrain is dangerous. Most of the indigenous tribes live in the mountains, and if they can't beat the kingdom's army, they are likely to hide in the mountains. It will be very difficult for the kingdom to completely destroy and conquer them, so it is necessary to first send troops to defend the border and crack down on those barbarians who come to invade. But I heard that because the people's opposition is too great, the decision to send troops to defend the border may be cancelled, and instead they will hire free people to form a border defense army. The diners let out a cry of surprise. Is this true? Maximus' heart skipped a beat, and he looked over. Most of the diners were wearing simple linen shirts and looked shabby, obviously of relatively low status. Only a few were dressed more elegantly, and this person who seemed to know a lot of inside information was one of them. He took a sip of beer and said proudly, "Of course it's true. When have I, Gorgon, ever lied to you? Let me tell you, this matter has been discussed by the higher-ups, and the reason why it can't be decided is because it takes a lot of money to hire troops, and the kingdom can't take out more money to support a mercenary army, especially responsible for guarding the border. But I heard from a good friend who serves as a palace guard that His Majesty the King of Devers once said very firmly in the meeting that the kingdom's border troops must be established as soon as possible. Because the kingdom's territory is constantly expanding, it will take 10 days to half a month to lead the army from Turiai to the border to arrive, and it may take 2, 3 months, or even half a year in the future. Once the enemy invades and mobilizes the army to face the enemy, I'm afraid the enemy has already occupied the border area and killed countless people of the kingdom. Therefore, it must be established to guard the safety of the kingdom's border. If there is really no money to establish a mercenary army, then he must send troops to guard the border for a long time regardless of the people's opposition. His Majesty the King of Devers is sincerely thinking for the kingdom, but those Dionia citizens are too selfish." Another diner sighed and said, "If I become an official citizen, I'll definitely support His Majesty's decision and guard the border as a soldier of the Legion without hesitation." TSK. Another diner said disdainfully, "As a registered free citizen, if the kingdom decides to establish a mercenary army made up of free citizens, I'll definitely join it without hesitation. And I don't want an opal salary. I just want to become an official citizen of Dionia immediately." A few other diners agreed with him. "If you become an official citizen and have a piece of land, you'll definitely regret it," someone suddenly said, and it immediately caused a burst of laughter. The kingdom of Dionia has a vast territory and a large population. Why doesn't it have the money to support a small mercenary army? Another diner asked doubtfully. Chapter 1083. How can there be money? Gorgon belched, his face slightly red, and said with a slightly emotional tone, "Look at the roads of the kingdom. Aren't they all very smooth and wide? Isn't every bridge made of stone, both strong and durable? Isn't the arena in every town spectacular and luxurious? But do we need money to build them? Do we need money to maintain them? The kingdom's territory is vast, and there are many towns and cities. In order to manage them well, we need many officials to devote themselves. Then do we need to pay them? The cost of maintaining these takes up most of the national treasury's expenditure. Where is there any extra money? The kingdom works hard to maintain such a good environment for the citizens. But how much tax do the citizens pay? Only 1% of the annual income. A diner shouted, "These Dionia citizens are so lucky." I come from Delos, and my mother state was once again incorporated into the Athens Maritime Alliance. Athens forced us to provide monetary donations, which is 60% of my income. That's why I had to leave my mother state and come to live in Dionia. Isn't it the same for my mother state, Milos? We were forced to join the Peloponnesus Alliance and have to pay a lot of tribute to Sparta every year. In order for Sparta to cope with the Corinth War and this time's War of Thebes, the taxes I pay every year are not less than 20% of my income. In a naval war last year, Athens won the dominance of the Aegean Sea. My mother state took advantage of the situation to leave Sparta and join the Athens Maritime Alliance. I thought that life would be easier, but I didn't expect that the people of Athens also want money, and the tax rate is still the same. I had no choice but to come to Turiai. Another diner also took over the conversation and poured out his grievances. Their experience also resonated with other diners. After a while of complaining to each other, the man named Gorgon said loudly, "Compared to our former mother state, Dionia is indeed a good place for us to live. Even though the treasury is so tight, His Majesty the Devers and the ministers still do not want to raise taxes for the people. But a 1% tax is really too little, and the official citizens' lives are so good. Why don't they take the initiative to pay a little more tax and help the kingdom solve this financial problem? That way, they can build a border army made up of free citizens. This also solves the problem of them being sent to the border for a long time." Gorgon is right. These official citizens own so much land anyway. A little more tax won't affect their lives. If they don't even dare to pay more taxes, how can they have the face to call themselves warriors who protect the kingdom? The topic of the diners quickly shifted to whether the citizens should pay more taxes to help the kingdom build a border army, and the atmosphere of the discussion became more and more heated. Maximus wasn't too concerned about this topic, but he noticed that every time the man named Gorgon opened his mouth, the discussion became more intense. Maximus actually wanted to hear them talk about why the census office suspended the registration of freedmen applying for citizenship. But when he received the oatmeal and haggis soup from the kitchen maid, the diners were still discussing this topic endlessly. Meanwhile, he himself had just arrived, so it was impossible for him to start a new topic in an unfamiliar environment. Finally, when Gorgon left, he looked at Maximus, who was staring at him from time to time, and nodded to him with a smile. Maximus, of course, nodded back politely. Seeing him walk away slowly, Maximus picked up the bowl and returned it to the kitchen maid behind the counter. He then asked, intentionally or unintentionally, "The person who left just now greeted me, but unfortunately I don't know who he is." "His name is Gorgon, and he's a clerk in the city hall of Turiai. I heard that he's going to become an official citizen soon. Don't be fooled by his high status, but he's very friendly and knows a lot of things. He's also a frequent customer here. He often says that although our shop is small, the quality of the wine is good, and the food is delicious." The kitchen maid was not wary at all. She said a lot of things enthusiastically and praised her shop. When Maximus heard this, the first thought that popped up in his mind was, should I apply for a job in the city hall as a scribe or writer? Of course, it was necessary to consider how to earn money to support the family in the future. But the most important thing now was to decorate the house. But when the family walked out of the tavern, the sky was already dark. Based on his experience in Rome and the slave camp, Maximus judged that all the shops in the outskirts of Turiai must be closed. But the scene he saw surprised him. Many shops were lit with candles. There were still many pedestrians on the street, and the patrol team was still patrolling. Seeing the streets lit up by countless candles, Maximus and his family were overjoyed. They bought a bed and some cloth from a furniture shop not far from their rented place, and some candles from a candle shop next door. They also bought some pots from a pottery shop. Finally, They spent some money and entrusted the furniture shop's labor to move these things to their house. After a period of busy work, the room looked brand new. Although Fulvia looked a little tired, she kept wiping the sweat on her forehead, but her eyes shone with happiness. "Maximus, we finally have a new home!" Maximus looked at the two children who were playing on the bed, and his heart was filled with emotions. He nodded wordlessly. There were more than a dozen military camps in the kingdom of Dionia. They were not only bases for military training for the citizens, but also military fortresses. Among these military camps, the Turiae military camp was different. Not only was it the largest and had the most citizens participating in the training, but it also had a unique function, training officers. In the past, the staff of the Ministry of Military Affairs mainly trained and learned in this military camp. After the war in the Western Mediterranean, the Devers ordered that all mid-level officers must undergo training and pass the assessment before they could be promoted to senior officers. The training location was also set in the Turiae military camp, which made the Turiae military camp even more dazzling in the Dionysian army. That morning, the tactical practice room in the Turiae military camp was full of people. In the middle of the field were the two most outstanding people among the senior students, Sextus and Patroclus. They were going to have a practical deduction assessment. Tomid, the chief of staff of the Inquisitor, he had taken over the position of chief of staff after Felicius resigned after the war in the Western Mediterranean, coughed and said, "I announce the start of the assessment." The room immediately fell silent. The referee, the commander of the 2nd Legion, Metones, held a wooden plate in front of the two people who were about to take the assessment and asked, "Which one of you wants to throw the dice?" Sextus said modestly, "Cross, you go first." "Okay." Patroclus simply grabbed a square dice carved from sheep bones on the wooden plate and threw it gently. "It's an even number." After seeing the result, Metones immediately ordered, "Patroclus, you'll attack next. Sextus, you're mainly in charge of defense. Next, you'll throw the dice." Sextus cautiously grabbed the two dice and tossed them up with all his might. The two dice spun on the ground a few times. When Metones saw them clearly, he said loudly, "It's a 9. The other referee, the former chief of staff, Felicius, immediately picked up a form and looked at it. He then said, "The tactical map number 9 is a mountain with an average height of more than 300 meters, and there's a river with a width of 50 meters. As soon as Felicius finished speaking, it immediately caused a round of discussion among the team officers who were watching the battle. It was obvious that such a terrain was very advantageous for the defense side. At that moment, a large wooden map was placed between Patroclus and Sextus. While the two of them carefully observed the map and began to think about possible tactics, the chief referee and the other 4 referees, all of whom were at least Legion commanders and all of whom had rich battlefield experience and outstanding achievements, were also making use of the time to discuss in low voices. After a while, the chief referee, Tormid, stood up and said in a clear voice, "In view of this tactical map, after discussion, we have finally decided that the defense side will have 4,000 soldiers, including 500 medium Samanai infantry, 1,500 light Samanai infantry, 1,500 Samanai javelin throwers, and 500 Samanai pikemen. The attacking side will have 20,000 soldiers, including the 2 Legion of Dionysia, 18,000 soldiers, 200 siege troops, 500 Dionia cavalry, 500 mountain reconnaissance troops, and 500 supply camps. The defending side will have an advantage in supplies. As the attacking side is deep in enemy territory, they can only carry their supplies once and can only supply them for 30 days. After 30 days, if the outcome of the battle cannot be decided, the attacking side will be declared the loser." As Tormid spoke, Patroclus and Sextus picked up the wooden boards in their hands and recorded the data. After he finished speaking, the two of them looked at the map and compared the data on the wooden boards, thinking about it. This is an example of the battle where the kingdom attacked the Samanai Mountains. Although the terrain is complicated and marching is difficult, Patroclus has 2 royal legions under his command. As long as we can find the main force of the Samani, we should be able to win. I don't think it's that simple. Didn't the instructor say that the combat power of the Samani people is not weak, especially their javelin throwers? Besides, they're good at fighting in the mountains. The reason why we were able to conquer them is that we have never really fought with the Samani people in the mountains. We have destroyed their main forces on the plains several times. Now that Sextus can defend the mountains with all his strength, the situation will definitely be very different. Chapter 1084. The way I see it, Patroclus will make more use of the 500 mountain reconnaissance soldiers he has. They are the key to victory. The spectating officers discussed in low voices. The two protagonists were still staring at the map, deep in thought. At this time, Tormid said again, I hereby announce the start of the tactical assessment. Clang! A crisp bell rang. The two protagonists stood up and took a few steps back. 10 soldiers carried a few wide wooden boards into the field and erected them on the wooden boards, blocking the two protagonists' vision of the entire map. Of course, Sextus had the advantage of defense, so he could see a larger area of the map, while Patroclus' vision was limited to the southwest corner of the map. Several tactical executors also held tactical chess pieces and stood beside the two protagonists. These tactical chess pieces were small wooden sculptures of heavy infantry, light infantry, javelin throwers, cavalry, and so on. When they were placed on the map, it made the serious tactical assessment a little fun. At this time, Matones picked up 2 dice and threw a 7. After the referees checked the table, they said loudly, Day 1, heavy rain. After hearing this, the two protagonists thought about it and used a white pen to write down the measures they would take on the first day. Then, the executors brought their wooden boards to the referees' table. After the referees looked at the orders on the wooden boards, they decided that it was feasible. Therefore, the executors started to place the tactical chess pieces on the map according to the orders on the wooden boards. Matones threw the dice again, then looked at Patroclus and said loudly, Day 2, heavy rain. There was a small commotion among the spectating officers, but Patroclus' expression didn't change. After thinking for a while, he wrote down his decision again. While most of the officers in the tourist barracks were gathered in the tactical training room to watch the two protagonists take the assessment, the King of Devers arrived at the tourist barracks, accompanied by Minister of Military Affairs Alexis. Upon receiving the news, 1st Legion Commander Leotychides hurried over to welcome them. After learning that there was a tactical assessment going on in the barracks, the Devers told Leotychides not to inform them for the time being. He took the guards to the military conference room to wait. Perseus, who do you think will win? Devers chatted with Leotychides, since he had nothing to do. Patroclus was quick in mind and bold in action. Sextus, careful and self-possessed, were both excellent officers. According to the information I received, in this assessment, Sextus will be in charge of defense, and Patroclus will be in charge of offense. This arrangement is in line with their fighting style. However, fighting in the mountains, defense is more advantageous. If Patroclus wants to win, I'm afraid he will need some luck. Yes, luck is an important factor in the outcome of a war, and it's up to the gods to decide. But in the assessment, it depends on the luck of the referee who rolls the dice. Divers said jokingly, then changed the topic. What do you think about the matter of sending the legion to the border to build a defensive fortress? Your Majesty, I think it's not a problem to send each legion to the border in rotation for more than half a year. In fact, each legion doesn't stay at the border for too long, and there are nearly 20 legions in the kingdom. It would take at least a few years for them to take turns. Besides, these legions have many slaves, and their families have enough labor to take care of the household chores. Leotychides answered without hesitation. Henipolis pursed his lips and thought to himself, Of course you, Perseus, would say that. Is there anything else in your eyes other than military affairs? Ever since you became the legion commander of the 1st Legion, the citizens of the entire Tali region have been complaining about you. They've even given you the nickname Iron Man. Devers listened attentively and nodded from time to time. After chatting for a while, Devers seemed to remember something and asked, "Perseus, you haven't been home for the past 6 months, have you?" Leotychides was stunned and immediately replied, "Your Majesty, I just took over the First Legion and want to familiarize myself with it as soon as possible, so—" Devers waved his hand and advised with concern, "Don't be too anxious. Judging from the current situation, there won't be any major wars in the kingdom in a short period of time, and the First Legion won't be sent to the battlefield any time soon. You have all the time in the world to familiarize yourself with the First Legion. You should take some time to go back and accompany your family. Your home is in the city of Turin, and it's not too far away, but you haven't gone back even once in the past 6 months. Your family has already gone to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Those who don't understand the situation might think that I, Devers, have imprisoned you here. I don't want to be wronged like this," Devers said jokingly. He then patted Leotychides on the shoulder and said in a gentle but irresistible tone, "Tomorrow you can go home and rest for a few days. Let yourself relax and let the soldiers relax, okay?" Leotychides hesitated for a moment before reluctantly saying, "Yes, Your Majesty." "That's right. You should know how to strike a balance between work and rest." Devers laughed. Henoborus's lips curled up slightly. As the two were talking, the chief of the palace guards, Marcius, walked into the military conference room. "Your Majesty, the tactical assessment has ended." "Who won?" Henoborus asked curiously. "Sextus won," Marcius reported to the Devers, who were equally curious. Patroclus was unlucky. It rained heavily for a few days before the battle began, which prevented his army from crossing the river. However, he still insisted on building a bridge to attract Sextus's army on the other side of the river. He secretly sent some of his army to build rafts upstream and take the risk of crossing the river by force. Although Sextus had arranged many scouts to monitor the upstream bank, he discovered this situation and quickly sent his army to stop it. However, the referee ruled that due to the distance, Sextus's army could not arrive in time. Although Patroclus's army succeeded in crossing the river, many soldiers drowned because of the rising water. Sextus decisively led his army to retreat back to the mountains. Patroclus immediately set up a defensive camp on the other side of the river. It took the whole army a few days to cross the river. During the march to the mountains, his army was constantly harassed by Sextus's Samnite light infantry, which slowed down their marching speed. During this time, Sextus built a simple defensive fort on a dangerous terrain along the way and hoarded a large number of soldiers. The two sides launched a fierce offensive and defensive battle. Due to the narrow mountain road, Patroclus could not fully deploy his superior forces. Moreover, at critical moments, the heavy rain was thrown many times, which seriously affected Patroclus's attack. Therefore, when the time was up, his army still could not break through the blockade. However, he secretly sent 1,000 soldiers, mainly composed of mountain scouts, to attack the main camp of Sextus's army by climbing the mountain and taking detours. But because Sextus's main force was still there and Patroclus's army had run out of food, the referee ruled that Sextus was the winner. However, based on the performance of both sides, the referee unanimously ruled that both of them passed the tactical assessment. After listening carefully, Devers said emotionally, "Although it was just an armchair strategy, it also made them realize the difficulty of fighting in the mountains. However, since this tactical assessment was set in the Samnite Mountains, did the referee consider that the troops should avoid the rainy season in spring?" I asked Tormid, and he said that the time of the battle was set in summer. Therefore, when designing the table, only 2 of the 12 weather options were related to rain. They were light rain and heavy rain. However, in the assessment, they threw the worst option many times. After Marcius finished speaking, Devers was a little surprised. After a moment, he shrugged and said, "This just shows that the capriciousness of war is beyond our control. I think today's tactical assessment was very good. It taught them a good lesson." As Devers spoke, noisy footsteps came from outside the door. Devers did not speak any more. He took his exclusive helmet from Henoboris and put it on his head. Military Minister Alexis led Chief of Staff Tormid, 2nd Legion Commander Matones, and other generals into the meeting room. After saluting to Devers, they stood to the side in turn. Then Patroclus and Sextus walked in. They already knew what was going to happen next, so they were very excited. After saluting to Devers, they stood ramrod straight. Devers looked around the room and said solemnly, "Let's begin." Military Minister Alexis stepped forward and unfolded the papyrus scroll tied with black cloth. He read aloud, "In view of Patroclus and Sextus' outstanding military achievements and excellent results in passing the general assessment, after discussion between His Majesty the Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs, the two of them have been promoted to Legion Commander." As soon as his voice paused, there were cheers all around. Patroclus and Sextus' nervous faces also had smiles on them. Alexis continued, "In addition, Patroclus will be appointed as Legion Commander of the 14th Legion, mainly in the Latin region, and Sextus will be appointed as Legion Commander of the 18th Legion, Southern Iberia region, immediately without delay." At the side, Felicius and the others were a little surprised. It was reasonable for the two to be promoted to Legion Commander, but it was rare for them to immediately be given actual positions after being promoted. Chapter 1085. After the war in the Western Mediterranean, the Devers issued 2 reforms to the army. One was that a squad officer must undergo a study and assessment to be promoted to a general, and the other was that as long as an officer met the requirements, he could be promoted to a general, but he might not necessarily get a definite military post immediately. Because there were only so many general posts in the kingdom, there might not always be a vacancy, so they had to wait. They often had to teach in the barracks for a few months, or even a year before they could take up their post. Obviously, Patroclus and Sextus did not expect to be so lucky. Although they tried to suppress it, their joy was still evident on their faces. The Devers stepped forward, took a brand new commander's helmet with a purple and red crown from Marcius, put it on Patroclus, and then said in a deep voice, "Congratulations, Commander Patroclus! This time, you will go to Rome and take over the 14th Legion. Now that the Gauls are frequently attacking the northern border of Etruria, they may attack the south at any time. Whether the kingdom sends reinforcements to help the Etrurians defend the border or not, the Latin region is very likely to become the front line of the war. So when you get there, not only must you step up the training of the soldiers with the military training officers, but you must also be vigilant at all times and work hard to think of strategies to deal with the enemy. Once the war breaks out, I hope that the 14th Legion can become the main force to defeat the Gauls. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I will definitely lead the 14th Legion to ensure the safety of the kingdom's territory and protect the people of the kingdom from harm." Patroclus gave a powerful military salute and replied solemnly. The Devers nodded, then turned to Sextus, took another commander's helmet, put it on, and said, "Congratulations, Commander Sextus! But as the new commander of the 18th Legion, your task is not easy. The southern territory of Iberia is the most unstable part of the kingdom. There are many natives around the border who harbor ill intentions towards the kingdom, and there are also many people in the territory who are not completely loyal to the kingdom. When you get there, while working with the local officials, you must also actively go into various places to investigate and understand the situation of the people so that you can have your own independent judgment. While strengthening the training of the legionnaires, you must also make full use of the military training time and use various methods to increase the recognition of the citizen soldiers towards the kingdom. I hope that under your leadership, the 18th Legion will become the mainstay of the southern region of Iberia. Of course, the kingdom is also keeping an eye on the situation there. We won't let you fight alone." The words of the Devers put a lot of pressure on Sextus, but he still punched the left side of his chest with his right fist and said resolutely, "Your Majesty, please rest assured that I will complete the task and defend the southern part of Iberia." Crotocatax walked out of Rome's city hall. The breeze that blew against his face lifted his tired spirit. He nodded to the palace guards on both sides and walked down the stairs. Every time he stepped on the square of Rome, a sense of joy rose in Crotocatix's heart, because the old square, which had not been renovated for decades, had been greatly renovated when he served as the construction officer of Rome. It was completely new. Seeing the people walking and playing happily in the square, he could not help but smile. Often at this time, he would subconsciously look to the north. The temples on Capitoline Mountain exuded a magnificent brilliance under the setting sun, which was also a result of his painstaking efforts. Because of this, he was loved by the people of Rome. All passers-by who passed by would greet him warmly, and he would respond enthusiastically. Of course, under normal circumstances, the people would not approach him. This was because there had been an attempted assassination of Crotocatax 2 years ago. After the incident, the people of Rome knew that this gentle and kind young official was actually the eldest son of the King of Devers, and they also understood why he was always followed by a group of guards. And after the assassination, Crotocatax requested the inspection office and the court not to expand the scope of the case when tracking down the criminals involved in the incident, and not to harass the families of the criminals. These actions further increased the people's love and respect for him. Crotocatax's mansion was not far from the city hall. It was on the top of the Palatine Mountain, separated from other residences and guarded by the palace guards. When Crotocatax walked into the mansion, his wife, Dido, immediately came out of the main building and came forward to greet him. Looking at his wife, who was smiling like a flower, Crotocatax's thoughts ran wild. A few years ago, when he learned that his father had engaged him, and that the woman was a Carthage's woman, and she was a few years older than him, he was quite resistant. However, he had always been obedient to his father's decisions since he was a child, so he did not explicitly object. However, at the beginning of their marriage, his attitude towards his wife was cold. However, after constant contact, his attitude changed. He deeply felt that his wife was not only beautiful, but also very cultured. She was also very concerned about him, and at the same time, she was a very intelligent and capable woman. Although the women of Dionia were much more open than the traditional Greek women, outstanding women like Dido were still very rare in the kingdom. It was her unique character that strongly attracted Crotocatax. In his heart, Dido's importance gradually surpassed his sister, Cynthia. "You're back. You must be hungry. Dinner is ready." Dido looked at her husband, who was a little tired, and went forward to hold his arm, saying with concern, "What's delicious today?" Crotocatax held his wife's hand and asked casually, "There's your favorite fried beef and codfish that your mother sent over," Dido replied. Codfish marinated in salt. Codfish was delicious, but it was not produced much in the Mediterranean Sea, and it was not easy to catch. Once it left the sea, it was easy to rot and not easy to preserve. This made codfish a relatively expensive delicacy. It would take at least 3 to 4 days to travel from Turiae to Rome on a fast boat, and if it was not salted, it would have long since stank. This was why Crotocatax asked this question. "It's not salted." Seeing the surprised look on her husband's face, Dido explained, "Your mother put the codfish in a clay jar, filled it with ice, and then sealed it. She wrapped it in several layers of cloth and kept it in a cool place at the bottom of the boat. So when it arrived, the ice had not completely melted, and the codfish was still relatively fresh. I asked the chef to make fried codfish. That's too extravagant. She went through so much trouble just to send a few fish." Crotocatax frowned. "This fish is not for you to eat." Dido rolled her eyes at him and touched her abdomen. "After Chris was sent to Turiae, your mother found out from Pello, Dido's trusted maid, that I was pregnant again. So she sent a lot of things to express her condolences, and not just this codfish." Crotocatax hurriedly corrected himself. "That's a gift. Of course it's a gift. You see, my mother is very concerned about you." Dido was silent for a moment, then said softly, "It would have been better if she hadn't taken Chris away. Parents miss their grandchildren very much. Besides, with Chris pestering you every day, you won't be able to rest properly. This isn't good for the child in your belly. Have you forgotten what the doctor warned us last time?" "You're right. I shouldn't have mentioned this again. Let's go eat first, or the food will get cold." Dido was straightforward and walked into the dining room with her husband. "Here, have another one." Clodocatax forked another piece of codfish and placed it on Dido's plate. "I'm already full. I can't eat any more." Dido forked the codfish on her plate back to Clodocatax. "You're full already? You're pregnant now. You should eat more," Clodocatax advised with concern. "I'm only 3 months pregnant, so I don't have such a big appetite." "Hurry up and eat. You haven't eaten much just now." "Then hurry up and take a walk in the courtyard. It's good for your body." "Okay." Dido nodded in response, looking at her husband who was engrossed in eating the fish, her eyes full of love. When she first agreed to marry Clodocatax to the king of Devers, it was completely out of necessity. How could she not know that her husband was also dissatisfied with the marriage when they got married? But at that time, she knew that Clodocatax had become the pillar of support for herself and the entire Magonid family in the kingdom of Dionia. So she tried her best to make this young husband fall in love with her, and it was during this process that she gradually and truly fell in love with him, not only because of his identity, his appearance, but also because of his gentleness and his respect for women. In this era, whether it was in Dionia or in Carthage, men who truly respected women were rare. This was also one of the reasons why the proud and independent Dido had never married. On the other hand, Clodocatax had been influenced by the king of Devers since he was a child, and under the influence of what he saw and heard, this habit was deeply ingrained in his bones. So Dido felt that she was very lucky. Of course, there was always a trace of unease in her heart. After all, she was several years older than Clodocatax, and now she was almost 30 years old, and her mother-in-law, Christoia, had always seemed to have a bad impression of her. Therefore, not only did she meticulously care for her husband in life, but she also tried her best to help him in his career. She thought that in this way, even if she grew old in the future, Clodocatax would not be willing to leave her. "Today, Cornea came to see me," Dido said softly. "Cornea." Clodocatax could not remember who this person was for a moment. Wife of Licinius Stolo, judge of Rome. Chapter 1086. Licinius Stolo. Clodocatax was familiar with the name because he was now the registrar of Rome. From time to time, Stolo would come to the registrar's office to retrieve files or submit a citizen's criminal record. Clodocatax and Clodocatax had many opportunities to interact with each other. He knew that Stolo was impartial and rarely made mistakes in court affairs. He was very popular with the people of Rome. Of course, it was also because he was a citizen of Rome. Clodocatax had always believed that as one of the few capable and proactive citizens of Rome's Dionia, Stolo would have a bright future ahead of him. Is she here to plead for Stolo? After years of training, Clodocatax was no longer as naive as he was when he first started doing things. He immediately knew the reason for Stolo's visit. Yes, Stolo was asked to go to the registrar's office for investigation. Cornea was very worried about it, so she came crying to me. Her husband has always worked for the kingdom. He has never colluded with the former nobles of Rome to rebel. She begged me to speak for her husband, and I agreed, Dido said calmly. Are you close to Stolo's wife? She has attended a few of my banquets. We got to know each other after a while. How should I put it? She's not exactly a traditional Rome woman. She has a little bit of a noble lady in Rome, Dido said in a serious tone. Ever since she married Clodocatax, Dido had been living with him in Rome. But when she was about to give birth, Christoia strongly requested that Dido come to Turiae to give birth. Thus, Dido stayed in Turiae for a while and witnessed her mother-in-law organizing a few Turiae noble ladies' parties. After she returned to Rome, she followed suit. Due to her special identity as a prince's wife, many noble ladies from Rome would attend her banquets, including the wife of the governor of Rome, the assists. Moreover, Dido was good with money and power. Thus, her banquets gradually became famous in Rome. Clotocatax did not stop her because it would help him expand his influence in Rome and meet the requirements of the Devers. Recently, the Turias Inspection Office has arrested a group of rebels who tried to assassinate Father at the Greek Scholar Conference. Most of them are former Rome nobles. Stolo's identity is special, so he must have had dealings with them in the past. It's normal for him to be investigated, but according to my understanding of him, he's a smart man. He won't be involved in such a stupid conspiracy. Besides, Father used to admire him. I believe it's just a routine investigation. He'll be home soon. Maybe he's already having dinner at home, Clotocatax said confidently while eating the codfish. I thought so too, so I simply agreed to it. After all, we don't need to do anything to gain their gratitude. Dido blinked her bright eyes. Oh, you. Clotocatax pretended to shake his head, helplessly. He picked up another piece of fried codfish. Just as he brought it to his mouth, he thought of something and put it down again. Then he said seriously, even a person like Cornea from Rome feels uneasy about this arrest. I'm afraid the other former nobles and citizens of Rome will be even more worried. I'm worried that this will cause instability in the kingdom. I think Father must have considered this problem when he made this decision, and has the corresponding measures to deal with it. Don't worry. Dido said this not to comfort her. Ever since she joined the kingdom of Dionia, she deeply felt that the strength of Dionia today was inseparable from her father-in-law. He was a man with great political wisdom and treated her very well. During the time when she lived in Turiae, not only did he care about her, but whenever Christoia criticized him, he would come forward and speak up for her. After Margot's death, she found the shadow of her father in another person. Clotocatax agreed with his wife's words. He finished a piece of codfish with relief. Suddenly he remembered something and said softly, "Today, I received a letter from Father. In the letter, he asked me to tell you that the kingdom wants to transfer the governor of Sicily, Hacker, back to Turiae." Ah, ever since she experienced the betrayal of Carthage and the death of her father, Dido thought that she could face everything calmly. But when she heard the news, she still felt a little flustered. Clotocatax saw through his wife's thoughts. He gently squeezed her hand on the dining table and said with a smile, "Father doesn't want to idle Hacker. He wants to invite him to Turiae to be the rotating president of the Senate." Dido was stunned for a moment and then asked, "Which of the 5 rotating presidents has a vacancy?" "It's a seat that Father specially created for him in the Senate. It's clear how much Father values him." Clotocatax had heard from his wife that after most of the Magonid family members had moved to Iberia, Margot and Hasdrubal had been fighting outside all year round. At home, it was Dido and Hacker who had spent the most time together, especially during the war in the Western Mediterranean. The two of them had to worry about the safety of their loved ones and stabilize the situation in the territory. They had to comfort and support each other. Although they were only cousins, they were better than real siblings, so their relationship was very good. Thus, he continued to comfort his wife and said, "Besides, Hacker's health has always been poor. The matters in the southern region of Iberia are so heavy. Transferring him back to Turiae will be good for his health. Besides, he will also be closer to us. Chris is already more than 2 years old, but he still hasn't seen his uncle." After being comforted by Clotocatax, Dido relaxed a little, but she seemed to ask casually, "Who will be the new governor of Sicily?" Father didn't say in the letter. Clotocatax thought for a moment, then said with a serious face, "I think Father will definitely send a very capable senator to take over. In the past year, the Iberian territory has been frequently attacked by the indigenous people, which has a lot to do with the inaction of the local officials. It needs to be properly rectified. We don't want to see the area that your father spent 10 years to conquer finally become a paradise for the indigenous people." Dido was silent for a moment, then relaxed her brows and said softly, "Clotho, you are right. Since the southern region of Iberia has become the territory of the kingdom of Dionia, then it should be reassured to let the kingdom govern it. Do you still need a bowl of soup?" "I'm already full." Clotho Catax put the knife and fork on the table, and the servants hurried over to clean up. "Clotho," Dido asked softly again, "when can we return to Turiae?" "This still needs to be decided by father." Clotho Catax's desire to go home was not very strong, mainly because he was freer here. His efforts were recognized by many people, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. So he thought for a moment and said, "Father left me here in the hope that through my efforts the people here will recognize the kingdom of Dionia more and support our royal family. I haven't done enough. Maybe I need to stay here for a few more years. I'm only a resident of Rome now. Maybe when I become the governor of Rome, I won't be far from going home." As Clotho Catax said, the news of a group of former nobles of Rome being arrested spread throughout the kingdom, and it did make some citizens of Rome in the kingdom of Dionia nervous. But they soon received the news that Sextus had become the head of the legion. Then, an even bigger news shocked them. The rotating president, Lucius, resigned from the post of governor of Turiae and was replaced by Manlius Publius, a former great noble of Rome and now a senator of Dionia. Turiae was the center of the kingdom, and its governor was far more important and powerful than other towns in the kingdom. It must be a senator trusted by the king of Devers. And this new news strongly proved that the arrest this time was not to purge the former nobles of Rome, but it was indeed these people who were plotting a rebellion. The king of Devers still trusted and was willing to put the former noble citizens of Rome in an important position. Publius becoming the governor of Turiae was also a major event in the political arena of the kingdom. Publius, who had always kept a low profile and had never been a governor before, was suddenly nominated by the outgoing Lucius. This not only surprised many senators, but at the same time he was also strongly opposed by them. But with the full support of the Devers, he finally sat in this important position. Even though the dust had settled, the senators still had a lot of criticism about it, but soon their attention was attracted by another major event, the death of the finance minister, Murses. Since the founding of Dionia, Murses had always held the authority over the finances of the kingdom. Even though many elders had quarreled with him over the issue of money, they had to admit that it was precisely under his strict and shrewd management that the kingdom's finances did not collapse despite several life and death and costly wars. Instead, the kingdom managed to hold on and become as powerful as it was today. Of course, they were not worried that Murses' death would cause chaos in the kingdom's financial management. In fact, his successor had long been revealed. During the period when he was ill and bedridden, Archipides received his recommendation and the support of the king. He did a good job as the acting finance minister, and many people thought that he would officially take over this important position. In the few days that Murses' body was resting, the king of Devers and his wife, the 5 rotating presidents, various ministers, senators, officials of various levels of the kingdom, and even many Turiae citizens went to pay their respects. There was a long queue in front of the mansion that he lived in every day. When Murses was alive, he was not as popular as he was now.